Gonna make a hot chicken.
It's sort of addictive. When you eat it, it hurts so good.
It's an awakening. The eyes go in the back of their heads, and my goodness, they start trembling.
Anytime you go through suffering or some sort of an emotional experience with people, you leave with a bond.
Some people just roll around on the floor.
A guy had brought in his own cool towel.
They're going like, yeah, I'm gonna be okay. Just give me a minute, I'm gonna be okay. You know.
They say you think it's hot going in, imagine it going out. I'm just saying.
Since the time I've been doing this, I might have had 7 that go in there and eat my pepper and get up and talk to me. No less than 10.
My father always brought it home, had it on the stove. When we woke up Sunday morning, I was looking forward to seeing this big greasy bag and couldn't hardly wait to attack it. It's been going in our family for over 80 years. Anyway, it had to have started with a woman. She's the one that's cooking.
Being able to represent an iconic food item that was really born and bred out of this town a long time ago. We're just thrilled to be a part of Nashville.
You know, forget New York and culinary school and everywhere I've had food around the world. Every now and then you find something that has a taste, a sensation, an emotional experience that is totally unique. And that is what I discovered in Nashville Hot Chicken.
Because our recipe is full of love, joy, peace, and happiness. Can't get that everywhere.
Anything else, if you ain't cooking out of a cast iron skillet, you ain't cooking.
He's just old school.
People come here from all over the world.
Many times they have their luggage off the airplane with them. They haven't even gone to a hotel room.
It's totally amazing. I can't believe it.
We've had people say, well, I saw you on Anthony Bourdain, CNN, or we read about you in New York Times.
We've been called all over the world to come and start a hot chicken place, but I'm afraid to go over the waters.
This is actually a look at our 3 hottest heat levels. This is hot, damn hot, and shut the cluck up. Shut the cluck up takes what's delicious about our hot chicken and just dumps heat and hellfire and hate all over it.
I asked you not to go over a meat.
No, there's actually no hate.
You're gonna get some bam when you first get it in your mouth. And then when you swallow it, you're gonna feel heat hit your esophagus. Then you think it's over. And then about 20 seconds, you're gonna get an illumination of hot.
We do have a garden hose attached outside of each back door of each restaurant. This is really good for the worst shut the cluck up moments. Milk is great too.
You get confused, you get dazed, then everything is funny.
I think having a heat level known as shut the cluck up is pretty cool and one that draws a lot of attention. But we've also got Southern fried chicken. So it becomes a choice, and some people make bad choices.
We've seen great egos be humbled, and they'll tell you, you got me.
Try it mild first, because our mild is hot. I don't go past mild.
My favorite is a breast quarter.
My plate of plates, minus the banana pudding and peach cobbler. Yes, I said and, I do both. But otherwise, this is it. It's our hot leg quarter on white bread with delicious kosher pickles, our pimento mac and cheese, and our creamy bacon redskin potato salad.
And you don't eat it with a knife and a fork. You just pinch it off.
I'm gonna order a small dark hot. I like bone-in chicken, I like dark meat chicken. I'll probably top that off with some collard greens and an order of french fries, crinkle cut french fries.
I don't care where you've had spicy chicken or buffalo wings or whatever.
No, this is Nashville.
The secret to Nashville is hot chicken.
Can't he get out of this kitchen, but you and me, baby, gonna make a hot chicken.
Please take your seat. Our program will begin shortly. As a courtesy to speakers and other delegates, please silence your devices at this time. Veuillez prendre place. La séance va commencer dans quelques instants. Par respect pour les intervenants et les autres délégués, veuillez couper le son de vos téléphones portables. Por favor, tomen asiento. Pronto comenzaremos con nuestro programa. Por cortesía hacia los oradores y los demás delegados, rogamos que, en este momento, silencien sus dispositivos.
I'm the guy that wrote Try for Pink.
You give love a bad name. Live in La Vida Loca.
Faithfully.
Grenade, Party in the USA.
Stay.
The Climb.
A little less conversation.
Live like you were dying.
Got a little faith in me.
Change the world.
What hurts the most?
I'm one of the 3 people that wrote Jesus Take the Wheel.
Please take your seat. Our program will now begin. Veuillez prendre place. La séance va maintenant commencer. Por favor, tomen asiento. Comenzaremos con nuestro programa ahora.
Daily housekeeping announcements. Welcome to the 55th session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene in Nashville, Tennessee. To make this session of the committee run smoothly, we have the following recommendations. Badges. Delegates are requested to kindly wear their name badges during CCFH55. This includes at plenary, side events, and breaks. Interpretation. Simultaneous interpretation in English, French, and Spanish will be available throughout the meeting. Please make sure to listen to the language in which you will speak, English, French, or Spanish, as this will facilitate interpretation. Interpretation sets. Please ensure that your receivers are powered on, facing up, and away from your mobile devices. This will optimize the audio and reduce interference. Interventions. As this is a hybrid meeting of the CCFH, the chair will recognize the heads of delegation from members and observers present in the plenary room and on the Zoom when making interventions. Interventions will be taken in order of requests. Members will be given the floor first, followed by observers. For delegates following on Zoom, please use the raise hand function to indicate your request to intervene. How to microphones. When you would like to speak, push the Request to Talk button on your microphone. Your microphone will light up green and your delegation will be added to the intervention queue. When it is your turn to speak, the chairperson will recognize your delegation and your microphone will light up red. When you have completed your remarks, the chairperson will deactivate your microphone. Intervention tips. Keep your microphone on mute until the chair recognizes you. Please keep your interventions to 2 minutes maximum. And most importantly, speak slowly. Working documents. All working documents and reports for the meeting may be found on the CCFH55 meeting page on the Codex website. This includes all the agenda item papers as well as any conference room documents, CRDs, that may be issued. We encourage you to check the website often throughout the week to stay up to date on any new documents that may be issued. The CRD deadline is 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on Monday, December 15th, 2025. The session will begin shortly. Once again, thank you for joining us at CCFH 55.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the CCFH family, and welcome to Nashville. I'm Evelyn Ambandi, your CCFH chair. I'm here this morning with my able assistant, Alexandra Ferraro, to just go through a few additional items before we begin the meeting. So thank you, CCFH Secretariat, for those updates during housekeeping. And I'm sure we will be hearing more again in the course of the day and as I make my opening remarks. But for now, we do have a couple of reminders. Again, we have 2 minutes for interventions, and I will request that when you make your intervention, you focus on the issue being discussed. Make sure it counts, because you may not have another opportunity to make an intervention on the issue based on the number of countries that want to intervene on that issue. And at the end of this, informal session, we're going to give you time to ask questions. So.
Welcome, first-time delegates. I was in your seats not too long ago. So just to be sure, we've said it a few times, but making sure you know how to operate the microphones. If you need to request the floor, if you look down on your microphones, there is a speaker icon. It's the little person icon, speaking. Press that button. You will see the microphone go in green. We will see you request the floor here on the top table. The chair will give you the floor by calling your country's name, and you will see your microphone turn red like mine is right now, and that's when you can speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So also to remind you that there may be a need for us to be flexible during the timetable. So I'll request that you make sure to attend all sessions, since we won't be able to guarantee when a session will start or when one will end. I will also request that you speak up in the course of the meeting, although silence will be interpreted as agreement, but I don't only want to hear from you when you disagree, I also want to hear from you when you agree and support an issue. As a reminder, the report will reflect the discussion during the plenary. So whatever you say in the plenary is what will be captured in the report. You will not have the opportunity to revise your statements during the adoption of the report.
A quick note on how to use your headsets. We are interpreting all sessions of this meeting. It's a simultaneous interpretation into French, Spanish, and English. Please make sure to follow along in the language that you natively speak and work in this session. It's la chaîne numéro 2 pour le français, canal 2 para español, y 4 and 4 for English. Sorry to the interpreters.
Thank you, Alex. So with that, we can take any questions that you may have. So just a point of clarification. When I talked about flexibility, so we won't be able to control when an agenda item will start or end, not really the session. So again, I will request that you're present so that you can, follow through as we carry on during the sessions. Thank you.
Quick tip, on your badges, you probably already noticed, but on the backs, you have the agenda, the timetable of all 3 days, well, all 4 days, really. Let's double check. All 6 days of work here. So any doubts, please be sure to refer to your timetable on the back of your badges. There's also a contact information. If you have any questions or need anything, please feel free to reach out to the CCFH Secretariat. I will also ask Ken to raise his hand in the back, and you might see Marie walking around. We're here to help you with anything and make sure that you have a good week here in Nashville.
So are there any questions for Alex, myself, or the CCFH Secretariat? So thank you all for your attention this morning. Not seeing any flags raised, we will start our opening ceremony at 9:30 a.m. So thank you again, and I'll be back shortly.
Is English Channel 1, or is that the original language? Can we have clarification on that?
Alexandra?
CCFH Secretary.
Alexandra.
Thank you for checking. Normally, English will be 1, 2 will be French, and 3 will be Spanish. We'll check with our text. But there is no channel 4, because we're only interpreting into 3 languages. So we just wanted to make sure, because a few people are going to channel 4 and saying they're having issues with the headsets. There's no issue with the headset. There is no language on channel 4. Thank you.
This is the interpretation team. 0 is the floor language. In all 3 languages, English is on channel 1, French is on channel 2, and Spanish on channel 3. Thank you.
I just got a note in my ear from the interpretation team. Channel 0 is the floor language, the original language being spoken. 1 is English, 2 is French, and 3 is Spanish. Hope I got that right, interpreters. Yep, good. Thanks, everyone. You have time to grab a coffee before 9:30.
This project has two components. It's an individual country component and it's a group component because we're bringing together 3 countries from the same region that share interests.
It is indeed a great privilege for me to welcome you.
We try to empower them to strengthen their Codex activities, and it is in line with South-South cooperation.
We wanted regional or local solutions to local problems with regards to the food and agriculture trade, export and import.
If domestic regulations are harmonious with those of the Codex, that means that within the region we have the same set of standards which is applicable in all the 3 countries. So that gives all the opportunities for the countries to move food products across borders without any hindrances.
We would say that the project has been a big success. Bhutan, India and Nepal have come closer than ever before to help each other build our capacity to be able to contribute to the works of Codex.
All along the supply chain, businesses are benefiting from greater awareness about food safety.
For us, I think quality assurance goes back to the farms, quality control at farm level.
Apple farmer Pema Kandu has benefited from training. He plays an important role in the community, spreading the word.
애플 데이터 공도도 정을 지라 다 공도도 안에 슈벳 고신테 뒷 슈벳 톡사신 뒷마 팀데베.
This greater awareness, combined with inspections by the Bhutan Food and Drug Authority, or BFDA, ensures improved product quality and better handling.
If we find something that is not according to the standard, we ask the packer to take out.
Better prices and increased profits for businesses provide a powerful incentive to improve quality standards.
We have implemented a number of activities, starting from the capacity building of the food business operators.
After training, food handlers must pass an exam before receiving their registration cards.
We made sure that everybody got training on how to handle food and also on the cleanliness and hygiene.
Maintaining high-quality standards has allowed this local food processing business to develop a retail outlet and restaurant in the capital. The awareness and advocacy promoted by the CTF2 project has also led to significant legislative change in Nepal.
It's great that by this project, our new Food Safety and Quality Act is passed by the upper house of the National Assembly.
The CTF2 continues to support developing and transition economy countries to participate more effectively in the work of the Codex Alimentarius and encourages them to benefit from that participation.
Fire on my tongue, let it linger there for days. So you gotta heat it or I need it. The spice a little thing and you're burning up my brain. Hey. If you can't stand the heat, get out of this kitchen. You and me, baby, gonna make a hot chicken.
It's sort of addictive. When you eat it, it hurts so good.
It's an awakening. The eyes go in the back of their heads and my goodness, they start trembling.
Anytime you go through suffering or some sort of an emotional experience with people, you leave with a bond.
Some people just roll around on the floor.
A guy had brought in his own cool towel.
They're going like, yeah, I'm gonna be okay. Just give me a minute, I'm gonna be okay. You know.
They say you think it's hot going in, imagine it going out. I'm just saying.
Since the time I've been doing this, I might have had seldom to go in there and eat my pepper and get up and talk to me. No less than 10.
My father always brought it home, had it on the stove. When we woke up Sunday morning, I was looking forward to seeing this big greasy bag and couldn't hardly wait to attack it. It's been going in our family for over 80 years. Anyway, it had to have started with a woman. She's the one that's cooking.
Being able to represent an iconic food item that was really born and bred out of this town a long time ago. We're just thrilled to be a part of Nashville.
You know, forget New York and culinary school and everywhere I've had food around the world. Every now and then you find something that has a taste, a sensation, an emotional experience that is totally unique. And that is what I discovered in Nashville Hot Chicken.
Because our recipe is full of love, joy, peace, and happiness. Can't get that everywhere.
Anything else, if you ain't cooking out of cast iron skillet, you ain't cooking.
He's just old school.
People come here from all over the world.
Many times they have their luggage off the airplane with them. They haven't even gone to a hotel room.
It's totally amazing. I can't believe it.
We've had people say, well, I saw you on Anthony Bourdain, CNN, or we read about you in New York Times.
We've been called all over the world to come and start a hot chicken place, but I'm afraid to go over the waters.
This is actually a look at our 3 hottest heat levels. This is hot, damn hot, and shut the cluck up. Shut the cluck up takes what's delicious about our hot chicken and just dumps heat and hellfire and hate all over it.
I asked you not to go over a meat.
No, there's actually no hate.
You're gonna get some bam when you first get it in your mouth. And then when you swallow it, you're gonna feel heat hit your esophagus. Then you think it's over. And then about 20 seconds, you're gonna get an illumination of hot.
We do have a garden hose attached outside of each back door of each restaurant. This is really good for the worst shut the cluck up moments. Milk is great too.
You get confused, you get dazed, then everything is funny.
I think having a heat level known as shut the cluck up is pretty cool and one that draws a lot of attention. But we've also got Southern fried chicken. So it becomes a choice, and some people make bad choices.
We've seen great egos be humbled, and they'll tell you, you got me.
Try it mild first, because our mild is hot. I don't go past mild.
My favorite is a breast quarter.
My plate of plates, minus the banana pudding and peach cobbler. Yes, I said and, I do both. But otherwise, this is it. It's our hot leg quarter on white bread with delicious kosher pickles, our pimento mac and cheese, and our creamy bacon red skin potato salad.
And you don't eat it with a knife and a fork. You just pinch it off.
I'm gonna order a small dark hot. I like bone-in chicken. I like dark meat chicken. I'll probably top that off with some collard greens and an order of French fries, crinkle cut French fries.
I don't care where you've had spicy chicken or buffalo wings or whatever.
No, just this is Nashville.
The secret to Nashville is hot chicken.
Can't he get out of this kitchen, but you and me, baby, gonna make a hot chicken.
Please take your seat. Our program will begin shortly. As a courtesy to speakers and other delegates, please silence your devices at this time. Veuillez prendre place. La séance va commencer dans quelques instants. Par respect pour les intervenants et les autres délégués, veuillez couper le son de vos téléphones portables. Por favor, tomen asiento. Pronto comenzaremos con nuestro programa. Por cortesía hacia los oradores y los demás delegados, rogamos que, en este momento, silencien sus dispositivos. Please welcome the chairperson, Committee on Food Hygiene, Dr. Evelyn Mbandi. Je vous prie de souhaiter la bienvenue à la docteure Evelyn Mbandi, présidente du Comité du Codex sur l'hygiène alimentaire. Por favor, demos la bienvenida a la presidente del Comité sobre Higiene de los Alimentos, la doctora Evelyn Mbandi.
Good morning, honorable guests, representatives of FAO and WHO, Codex Secretariat colleagues, distinguished delegates, and members of observer organizations. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this 55th session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene in Nashville, Tennessee. To you all, I say welcome. Welcome to Nashville, and welcome back to the CCFH family. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the United States, and in particular, the U.S. Codex Office, for all the preparations that went into hosting CCFH55. Without their commitment and outstanding work over many months, we would not be here together today. It is excellent to see you all again. Over 1.5 years ago, we were together in Nairobi, Kenya, for a CCFH meeting that has a special place in my heart as the first meeting where I had the privilege to serve as chairperson. It was a historic meeting that showcased the Codex spirit of cooperation between the United States and Kenya, and demonstrated the unparalleled importance of this committee in developing food safety standards that protect consumers worldwide. After all, only safe food is food. Speaking of safe food and a memorable meeting in Kenya, we're expecting to welcome back to CCFH Dr. Alan Azengele, in his capacity as chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. But he has unfortunately run into flight delays, and we will be welcoming him later tonight. Instead, he has asked Dr. Tian Zheng, Vice Chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, to read his opening remarks for him. So I welcome Tian Zheng to offer some words on behalf of the chairperson. Tian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Entrusted by Chairperson of Commission, Dr. Alan Azengele, I will deliver his opening remarks on his behalf. The Deputy Undersecretary for Trade and Foreign Agricultural Affairs of USDA, Michelle Backlin, distinguished representatives of FAO and WHO, and Madam Chairperson, Dr. Evelyn Mbandi, Codex Secretariat colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's both an honor and privilege for me as chairperson of the Codex Alimentaries Commission to join the 55th session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene. Warm rewards from me and vice chairpersons. Let me begin by extending my appreciation to the United States of American government for hosting this session in the Music City of Nashville. I want to further extend my sincere appreciation to our member countries and observers for your continued commitment to the work of Codex and to the protection of consumer health worldwide. The Codex Committee on Food Hygiene plays a central role in advancing the Codex Alimentaries Commission's mandate by developing and updating science-based guidance to prevent and control foodborne hazards. As the food system evolves, our work in Codex becomes ever more vital, meeting the challenges of emerging hazards, new technologies, and increasingly complex supply chains requires the strong scientific foundation and international cooperation that this committee has long exemplified. This session takes place at a particularly important time. Scientific knowledge, food production systems, and consumption patterns continue to evolve, and Codex tests must remain current, relevant, and aligned with the latest scientific evidence. The committee's agenda reflects priorities that are directly linked to public health protection, including work on pathogens such as Listeria, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and foodborne viruses. These hazards continue to be associated with outbreaks and serious illness worldwide. The availability of new scientific data and risk assessments provides an opportunity to further strengthen Codex guidance and improve risk management along food chain. This week, we will consider several matters referred from the Codex Alimentary Commissions and other committees, ensuring coherence and coordination across Codex. We will also hear updates from FAO and WHO, including the latest scientific advice from JAMRA. In addition, we will take notes of developments from other international bodies, continuing to global food hygiene landscape. In this regard, the committee's ongoing work to review and update food hygiene guidelines, including those addressing microbiological hazards of public health significance, is both timely and critical. Colleagues, the strength of this committee lies in your expertise, your engagement, and your shared commitment to protecting consumer health while facilitating fair practice in the food trade. I encourage open, constructive dialogue as we advance the important work before us. In closing, I wish to express my gratitude to host country, the Codex Secretariat, and all working group participants for their dedication and hard work in preparing for this session. I'm confident that under the leadership of Dr. Evelyn Bandy, the session will make meaningful progress in advancing food hygiene guidance and supporting members in protecting consumer health and ensuring fair practice in food trade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tianjin. It's motivating to hear from our chairperson on the central role CCFH plays in advancing the Codex Alimentarius Commission's mandate. We look forward to welcoming Dr. Azengele here in Nashville later today. Now, I'm thrilled that we're able to host you all in the United States this year. To open the meeting on behalf of the United States, I'd like to introduce our special guest, the Honorable Deputy Undersecretary for Trade and Foreign Agricultural Affairs, Michelle Beckering.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair Bondi, and truly thank you for your work in chairing this committee this week. It's already been very robust on the schedule, and I wish you continued success the next few days. To you, to Vice Chairperson Tianjing, to all of you, our distinguished delegates, our observers, and our colleagues, truly good morning and a very warm welcome to the United States. I'd also like to say it is such a great pleasure for the United States to be hosting the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene this week, and I would like to give a special thanks to the U.S. Codex office and to your wonderful efforts, not all year round, of course, but particularly this week, and truly thank you for all the great work. We're delighted to have you here in Nashville. I feel I should say to our colleagues from the Southern Hemisphere, I apologize for the weather. December in Nashville, I did not myself think would be quite this cold. So to those of you who are celebrating different seasons back home, welcome. I hope you'll enjoy this as typical of U.S. holiday seasonal weather. We are really delighted to be here in Nashville. I do hope that you will have an opportunity to see the great city, to experience the culture, and of course the food that Nashville is so well known for. You know, when I came on board earlier this year as the Deputy Undersecretary for Trade and Foreign Agricultural Affairs at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, it truly very quickly became apparent to me just how important Codex is to the American agricultural community and some of our observers, of course, who we have here today. The work of this body is so important to our U.S. farmers, to our ranchers, to our producers, and of course to our consumers. By way of background, I myself grew up on a family farm here in the United States in Northwest Iowa. And my parents started their farming career operating a dairy and then moved to a farrow to finish hog operation. So I grew up my entire life surrounded by animals, by crop fields. My parents raised corn, soybeans, and hay. And I'm just so lucky that even still now today, they live on that farm and continue to work it. And I get to share that same legacy with my own daughter as we go home to visit quite often. And I owe a lot to my rural upbringing. It really instilled in me the values of hard work, of productivity, of honesty, and gratefulness. And I carry those with me today, and it has taught me actually really a lot about the world. Now, this is going to seem obvious, but for a farm girl in the 1970s and 80s in rural Iowa, the world was a very, very far place away. And you will appreciate this. Back then, there was no internet. There was also no cable TV. And so at that time, our exposure, of course, to the world and to many of the countries that are here today was truly an old globe. That my brothers and I liked to twirl around and dial and just get a sense for what was out there. And it was so exciting to us growing up then with my parents who had been born and raised, in that small community, had never traveled internationally, but we were so proud. My family was so proud because here they were, these farmers, and they were a part of this larger story that was unfolding all across the world, right? My parents' crops, we knew were being exported to places we could only dream of, right? Like Japan, then what was the former Soviet Union. And that was just incredible to us that there was this big world out there that my parents were a part of. And It actually was what ultimately led me into my career path, which is largely focused on international economic development and market growth. And as I have traveled in my previous career and now in this role, I have experienced just how crucial Codex is. And it's not only to the United States, as you know, but it's to all of your countries around the world. Codex is so vital in forming the foundation for our fair and for our safe agricultural food systems that all of us in this room and our consumers depend on. I like to think that agriculture and food are not only industries, but they're really the bridges that connect our peoples and our nations. And they're the forces that drive all of our economic opportunities. Codex, with its dual mandate to ensure safe food and fair practices in the food trade, truly embodies this sentiment. The United States is firmly committed to the development of global science-based standards, and Codex truly leads the way when it comes to food. Codex standards, as you know, play a key role not only in protecting our consumers, but also in supporting jobs and stimulating economic growth. The work of this committee in particular underpins over $2 trillion in global food trade. That's $2 trillion worth of trade, of jobs, and livelihoods that rely on transparent and fair science-based standards. In June, I had the honor of leading the U.S. delegation to the 44th session of the FAO conference in Rome. And it was there where I strongly reiterated, the United States' strong commitment to science-based standards and the work of Codex. It goes without saying that the work you all do in this committee is vital. CCFH is one of Codex's oldest and most prominent subsidiary bodies. You are the keepers of the world's guidance on food hygiene, and your work is the anchor on which our farmers, our ranchers, our producers can rely on to sell their products and feed their families and the world. In the United States, we recently celebrated Thanksgiving. And in our country, Thanksgiving revolves around two important traditions: family and food. And I'm so thankful to this Codex family, which works tirelessly to ensure that the food we need for our families is safe, that it secures jobs for our food business operators, and it showcases the extraordinary capabilities of our farmers, ranchers, and producers. So on behalf of the United States, I want to thank you for your service. I wish you all a successful week. You have many important topics to address. And so without further ado, it is my honor, together with our Codex family and in the name of safe food, to declare the CCFH55 officially open.
Thank you, Deputy Undersecretary Beckering, for opening this 55th session of CCFH and for your wishes for a successful meeting. I know this group of delegates well. They're extremely competent, and I'm sure they'll deliver good work on behalf of farmers, ranchers, and producers, as well as consumers worldwide. Dear delegates, we will take a few minutes to arrange the top table, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend maintenant. Por favor, tomen asiento. Reanudaremos nuestro programa ahora.
Good morning again, everyone. I would like to call CCFH55 to order. Dear delegates, before we proceed, I'd like to take a moment to remember 3 Codex family members who passed away since we last met. Klaus Heggen passed away in October 2024. He was known to many CCFH delegates and beyond as a dairy and food safety expert. He contributed for more than 4 decades to international standards for safety and made significant contribution to key Codex texts, such as the Codex Dairy Standards, the Codex Code of Hygiene Practice for Milk and Milk Products, risk management metrics, and the guidelines on the use and reuse of water in the production and processing of dairy products, just to name a few. Lisa Ralph passed away in November 2025. Although she was not a part of the CCFH family, she was the New Zealand Codex Senior Policy Analyst, part of the Codex Contact Point, and a respected member of the Codex family. She advocated for greater capacity building in the CC-Nasua region and was a champion for its members. Tom Billy passed away in August 2025. He served as chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission from 1999 to 2003, where during his tenure, he led successful efforts to streamline Codex procedures, provided for the accelerated approval of standards, the development and approval of the first Codex strategic plan, annual commission meetings, and the establishment of the Codex Trust Fund. Let's please stand for a moment of silence for our dear friends and colleagues, Klaus, Lisa, and Tom. Thank you all. You may be seated. It has been over 20 months since our last meeting, but I met some of you in person during CAC 47 and CCGP 34, or virtually when updates on the work of the EWGs were provided. It is heartwarming to be in a room with delegates and members of countries and observer organizations with the same passion, and that's food safety. I would like to take a moment to introduce my top table, beginning on my right with the Codex Secretariat, Giuseppe Di Cherer, Lingping Zhang, and Codex Secretary, Sarah Cahill. To my left is my assistant, Alexandra Ferraro. From FAO, Jeff Lejeune and Kang Zhou. And from WHO, Akio Hezegawa and Juliana de Oliveira Motor. Thanks to this team up here with me, I have extra set of eyes, ears, and even a few extra minds. They are my superpower. I want to extend a special thanks to our electronic working group chairs and co-chairs who have worked tirelessly on the draft reports and addressed multiple rounds of comments that were received. They also tapped into expertise from other subject matter experts from within their organizations that greatly assisted in progressing our work. I would also like to acknowledge our colleagues at GEMRA for providing the data and science needed to revise and propose revisions to our documents. It is important to note that CCFH continues to develop and implement food safety and quality standards that are science-based to reduce foodborne illnesses and enhance public health, also ensuring fair practices of food trade globally. I'd like to bring to your attention to a short video with a few housekeeping announcements.
Daily housekeeping announcements. Welcome to the 55th session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene in Nashville, Tennessee. To make this session of the committee run smoothly, we have the following recommendations. Badges. Delegates are requested to kindly wear their name badges during CCFH55. This includes at plenary, side events, and breaks. Interpretation. Simultaneous interpretation in English, French, and Spanish will be available throughout the meeting. Please make sure to listen to the language in which you will speak, English, French, or Spanish, as this will facilitate interpretation. Interpretation sets. Please ensure that your receivers are powered on, facing up, and away from your mobile devices. This will optimize the audio and reduce interference. Interventions. As this is a hybrid meeting of the CCFH, the chair will recognize the heads of delegation from members and observers present in the plenary room and on the Zoom when making interventions. Interventions will be taken in order of requests. Members will be given the floor first, followed by observers. For delegates following on Zoom, please use the raise hand function to indicate your request to intervene. How to microphones. When you would like to speak, push the Request to Talk button on your microphone. Your microphone will light up green and your delegation will be added to the intervention queue. When it is your turn to speak, the chairperson will recognize your delegation and your microphone will light up red. When you have completed your remarks, the chairperson will deactivate your microphone. Intervention tips. Keep your microphone on mute until the chair recognizes you. Please keep your interventions to 2 minutes maximum. And most importantly, speak slowly. Working documents. All working documents and reports for the meeting may be found on the CCFH55 meeting page on the Codex website. This includes all the agenda item papers as well as any conference room documents, CRDs, that may be issued. We encourage you to check the website often throughout the week to stay up to date on any new documents that may be issued. The CRD deadline is 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on Monday, December 15th, 2025. The session will begin shortly. Once again, thank you for joining us at CCFH 55.
As a reminder, this is a hybrid meeting where we have provided the option of physical or remote participation. Remote participation is being provided in line with the recommendation of CAC 44 that Rule 11, 7, and 8 continue to be interpreted in a manner that includes a virtual setting with respect to sessions of Codex subsidiary bodies and taking into consideration the criteria aligned by CC Exec 80. As with the PWGs of yesterday, the PWG this afternoon will also have the option of remote participation. In case of any technical problems for the virtual participants, just drop a message in the chat and our team is ready to assist. As we have both remote and in-person participants, we will be monitoring both the flags raised in the room and on Zoom simultaneously. I'll take interventions in the order in which flags are raised, irrespective of the format of participation. I'll give the floor for interventions observing the usual etiquette of members first, then observers. In accordance with the FAO Conference Guide on the Conduct of Plenary Meetings, your interventions must be confined to the question under discussion. Only heads of delegations are allowed to make interventions unless they request permission for another member of their delegation to make an intervention. Interventions must be made orally and after I give the floor to the speaker. Online participants should rename themselves to include the country or organization to which they belong. Heads of delegations should also indicate HOD next to their names. To respect the floor, if you're in the room, please press the speaker button on your microphone, and if you're online, please use the raised hand feature. When speaking online, please unmute your microphone and turn on your video if possible. I ask that all delegates keep their interventions brief, focused, and no longer than 2 minutes. Please note that silence will be interpreted as agreement. Bird, as I said earlier, I do not just want to hear from you when you disagree. So please speak up when you support something as well. Detailed positions should be provided through responses to circular letters and CRDs. This will be referenced but will not be repeated in the final report. CRDs can be submitted until 6 p.m. Nashville time today. That's Monday. This session is being audio recorded to facilitate report writing. The session is also being webcast. Reservations will only be reported in connection with the matter in which such a reservation has been made and will not be repeated in the conclusion. The meeting report is a concise, written summary of the meeting, capturing the discussions made and how they were reached. The report will not normally mention any names of delegations. Names of members will only be recorded in the case of reservations to a decision or conclusions of CCFH55. Only members may make reservations. As you are aware, we not only have a very full agenda, but it is also heavy. I'll request that you stay within the allocated time of each item as much as possible and focus on the substantive issues where we must reach consensus to make good progress during the session and hopefully free up space for new work. By the end of CCFH55, my hope is that we forward the draft annexes on the guidelines for the safe use and reuse of water in food production and processing for final adoption to CAC 49. As a reminder to the committee, we were granted an extension by CC Exec to complete the work by this session. I hope you will work together and with me to find clear paths forward towards this goal. Now that GEMRA's recommendations have been incorporated into the updated guidelines on the control of Campylobacter and Salmonella in chicken meat, and with the progress made in the PWG, I hope that we will be able to advance that work through the step process and possibly to final adoption. Also, with the publication of the GEMRA Listeria monocytogenes Risk Assessment Report and incorporation of the recommendations in the control of Listeria monocytogenes in the food guidelines. We will plan for a good discussion on this work with the goal of progressing the work through the step process. This also means that we may have exciting prospects to undertake new work in this committee, but I rely on your goodwill and focus to get us there. Before we proceed, I would like to draw your attention to CRD1 and make an announcement. The European Union is participating in this meeting in accordance with paragraph 9 of Article 2 of the FAO Constitution and paragraph 5, Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedures of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. I have been asked to inform you that the declaration made by the European Union and its member states is contained in document CRD1, Division of Competence and Voting Rights between the European Union and its member states, which has already been distributed to all members of this meeting. I would draw your attention to this declaration. Now, dear delegates, I welcome you all to consider the provisional agenda provided in CX/FH25/55/1, Revision 1. I also bring your attention to the proposed timetable available on the CCFH55 webpage, which outlines the proposed agenda items to be discussed each day, noting the proposed timetable remains flexible and we may adjust it depending on our progress. Please note that the discussion of new items will be subject to the availability of time. If there are any additions to the agenda, this is the time to make those requests. Are there any additions or changes to the provisional agenda or proposed timetable? So the floor is open, please. So if there are no additions or changes, I invite the committee to adopt the provisional agenda. So if there are no objections, I'll invite us to conclude with agenda item 1. The provisional agenda is adopted. And I also confirm the endorsement of the proposed timetable on the understanding that the schedule remains flexible. Thank you. We now move to agenda item 2. I'll call your attention to CX/FH25/55/2, CX/FH25/55/2, addendum 1, and CRDs 5 and 7. First, I invite the Codex Secretariat to present the items or information. Codex Secretariat, over to you, please.
Very much, Madam Chair, and a very good morning to all of you. It's always a pleasure to be back here at CCFH. So over the next few minutes, I would like to go over the information presented in the paper for Agenda Item 2 on matters arising from the Codex Alimentarius Commission and Codex subsidiary bodies. And that's CCFH5555/2. And there's also a couple of CRDs, in particular CRD 7 and CRD 2 related to this item. So perhaps we can put the file on screen, and I will walk you through some of the issues that have arose in that paper. While we're waiting for that, I can start with the matters for information that I will be sharing with you, and these will come from the Commission, the Executive Committee, and also from other issues related to the food hygiene. And then in the second part of my presentation, I will focus on matters for action, which particularly come from the Codex Committee on Food Labelling, relate to the Codex Committee on Methods of Analysis and Sampling, and also the last session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene. Now, just as you're all aware, in any case, the 47th session of the Commission adopted the text that you finalised at the previous session of CCFH. And they were the Annex on Fresh Leafy Vegetables and Sprouts as part of the Guidelines for the Control of Shiga Toxin-Producing E. coli, and also Annex 3 on Milk and Milk Products of the Guidelines for Safe Food and Safe Use and Reuse of Water in Food Production and Processing. And the third text that was adopted following the last session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene were the Guidelines for Food Hygiene Control Measures in Traditional Markets. The Commission also adopted at Step 5 the revised guidelines on the application of the general principles of food hygiene on the control of pathogenic Vibrio species in seafood. And you may recall that we still had some text, particularly relating to water, in square brackets in that document, which we will maybe need to think about this week, because this relates to the work that we're also doing on fish and fishery products under the guidelines for the safe use and reuse of water. The next thing I want to highlight from the Commission are the areas of work that were approved, and we're all aware that there was full approval of the three proposals, the three new work proposals, because we're discussing them at this session, which are the revision of the guidelines for viruses in food, those for Campylobacter and Salmonella in food, and those for the control of Listeria monocytogenes in food. Okay, so I will then move on to some of the other matters that have arisen within the Executive Committee and within the Codex Alimentarius Commission. Many of these are more horizontal in nature, but it's important that all of the subsidiary bodies are aware of these discussions, as some of them do relate to your work. One area of work that's been under discussion within the Executive Committee is that on the future of Codex, and part of that in particular was about the ways of working. And in the course of that discussion, the issues of electronic working groups was raised a number of times. And the Executive Committee and the Commission encouraged more members to take leadership roles in electronic working groups in particular, noting that many of our electronic working groups are led by a very small proportion of our members. And I would just like to note that last year, in relation to this, within the Secretariat, we prepared what we call the EWG Handbook, and this is now available online in English, and we're working on the other languages. And this serves as a reference document for anybody who's interested and who's in the course of leading an EWG or even being a delegate to the EWG. It provides further information on how they work and how you can optimally participate in those. As part of that work, there was also a reminder to all committees of the importance of good work management practices and prioritization. And part of this was also to avoid the burden of an excessive number of EWGs. So we should establish EWGs when they're essential to do our work. But if we have too many EWGs, it can be challenging for members to engage in all of them. The next thing I want to highlight is the new Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031 and its monitoring framework. The strategic plan goals themselves were adopted by the 47th session of the Commission, while the 48th session just held last month agreed on the monitoring framework. And I highlight this because in monitoring the implementation of the strategic plan, it will reflect a lot of the work that you do at a committee level. And these relate to, for example, your use of foresight or different information in agreeing on new work. It will be monitoring things like requests for scientific advice, looking at prioritization mechanisms, levels of participation, contribution of international organizations, and then also monitoring the feedback of members through the post-meeting surveys. So while we work here in our CCFH bubble, this does contribute to the overall goals of Codex, and in monitoring our strategic direction, the work of this committee is also taken into consideration. Another area I want to highlight is the development, or first of all, the request, particularly through the Executive Committee and the Commission, to develop some practical guidelines on how to prepare new work proposals. And this work is now underway by the Secretariat, and we aim to complete these guidelines within this year. Within the Codex Secretariat and in consultation with the Executive Committee and the Commission, we have been undertaking annual surveys to monitor the use and impact of Codex texts. And I think, first of all, it's just to thank all the members for their contributions to those annual surveys. They're important to give us a sense of if and how Codex texts are used, and we now have a response rate of about 70 to 75%, which is really positive for these types of surveys. So we encourage you all to continue to respond to those. Another area with regard to that, and where there was particular encouragement, I think, from the Commission, was to see how we can collaborate with WTO to better understand through the discussions on, for example, specific trade concerns, or through the submission of notifications to WTO, we can get a better sense of the value and use of Codex texts in the context of international trade. And this is an area where we're, in the Codex Secretariat, we're reaching out and under discussions with the WTO Secretariat, particularly that on SPS issues. Now, at last month's Commission, there was also a lot of discussion on scientific advice, and one of the things that came out in particular was the importance of ensuring that we have adequate and timely scientific advice for the Codex standard setting work. The Commission encouraged FAO, WHO, and also the Codex Secretariat to provide information on the priorities for scientific advice and also the related costs associated with these. So this can assist the Commission in prioritizing requests and also help members in their efforts of securing resources which would support scientific advice. So I think this is very important for this committee as well, because in planning our new work, we also need to think about the requests for scientific advice. And this is perhaps something we can undertake under our agenda item 10 when we're looking forward to the future, that we think about new work, but we also think about the scientific needs of the committee and really highlight what those are and the priorities for the committee. Another aspect of that discussion was the importance of access to experts and data to support scientific advice work and ensure that it's geographically representative. And the Commission encouraged all members to promote engagement of national experts and to submit data in response to calls for data and calls for experts. And also, finally, the Commission encouraged FAO and WHO to use innovative approaches to address scientific advice needs and to start exploring those and how they could be taken forward. And just one or two other matters for information, and this was to recall and to let you know that the Commission endorsed also your request that there be consistency among the texts related to food hygiene, and particularly those on street-vended foods, with the recently updated General Principles of Food Hygiene. And this information was relayed to all of the coordinating committees that have such texts. And now there's consideration underway in CC Africa, CC Asia, CC LAC, and CC Near East, how they can ensure their texts on street-vended foods are aligned with the General Principles of Food Hygiene, but also other texts that you have developed, such as that on traditional markets. And finally, as the chairperson just mentioned, the request to extend the timeline to complete the remaining work on water was granted just for one further session for this session, hence the chairperson's note that we really need to complete this work at this time. So, Madam Chair, they are the main issues for information, and the committee may wish just to simply note this information, but in particular note the importance of forward planning with regard to scientific advice, which facilitates resource allocation or mobilization, and also the timely development of standards. And it may also wish to encourage members to take leadership roles in committee working groups, and note the availability of the EWG working group handbook, which will support members in this role. And finally, to just note the adoption of the Codex Strategic Plan 2026-2031, which is our strategic plan from the 1st of January, which is very close now, noting that, of course, in monitoring that, we will be reflecting the work of this committee. Madam Chair, I will stop there, and then I can return to explain some of the matters for action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. I propose that we note Thank you again, Sarah. I open the floor for any comments or questions on the items for information and invite the committee to consider the recommendations in paragraph 26 of the agenda paper. Thank you again. I don't see any flags. I propose we note the items for information as recommended by the Codex Secretariat. Is this suitable to the committee? Thank you all. I take silence as agreement. And let's go back to the Codex Secretariat to present the items for action, which we will consider one by one.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And the first matter for action that I would like to raise is that related to the work ongoing in the Codex Committee on Food Labelling, and in particular related to the revision of the general standard for the labelling of prepackaged foods. The 28th session of CCFL completed their work on updating of the allergen provisions in the general standard for the labelling of prepackaged foods, and that was already adopted by the Commission. Now, in doing so, it means we have an inconsistency between the list of allergens in CXC 80, which was developed by this committee, and CXS 1, which is the general standard for the labelling of prepackaged foods. And in light of that, and in trying to ensure that we provide our members with consistent information, particularly when it's on important issues like foods that can cause an allergic reaction, we would like to propose that we make a consequential amendment to CXC 80 2020, and just to simply ensure that these two texts are now aligned. So I would like to bring your attention to CRD 5, where we have made a proposal for what these consequential amendments could look like. And essentially, I will just describe them here. Basically, the number of food and ingredients that may cause an adverse effect or an adverse immune reaction has been expanded in the revision of section 4.2.1.4 and 4.1.2.5 of the General Standard for the Labelling of Prepackaged Foods. Now, within CXC 80, we have in the hazard characterizations section and the scope, we have specific mention of 8 food groups that may cause an adverse immune reaction. And as I mentioned, that's now slightly different to what's in the text of the standard for labelling of prepackaged foods. So in order to ensure consistency between these two texts, we propose to simply delete the list of foods that might cause allergic reaction in CXC 80 and replace it with a cross-reference to the relevant sections of CXS 1 1985. And then we would also delete the paragraph immediately following the list of foods and the first two sentences of the next paragraph. And by making this simple change, then the two texts would be completely consistent. Similarly, in the scope, in paragraph 2, we would propose to replace the reference to 8 foods with a cross-reference to CXS 1 1985 to ensure consistency. And finally, the third proposed change is just to include some of the new definitions from CXS 1 1985, which basically cover allergenic food, food allergen, food allergy, and celiac disease, also in CXC 80. And we've checked all of these terms are used in CXC 80, and now that there have been definitions agreed on these, we believe it would be useful to include them here. We think it would be important to ensure that these consistencies are undertaken as early as possible to facilitate users of our documents in Codex. And this, while we recognize there's still ongoing work in the Food Labelling Committee on Allergens, which I will speak to in a moment, these are simply consequential changes that we often make in Codex following an update of a relevant text to ensure that we retain consistency. So, Madam Chair, I will stop there in case there are views or questions from the delegates on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. I note the Codex Secretariat has presented us with 2 options. We can make an immediate subsequential amendment to update the Code of Practice on Allergen Management for food business operators to ensure consistency with the general standards for the labeling of pre-packaged foods, or we may make updates after CCFL finalizes its work on precautionary allergen labeling, and CCFH initiates new work to update the Code of Practice, which would mean that there's a period of time where our Code of Practice is inconsistent with the list of priority allergens, which is important for consumer health and labeling. We have a proposal from the Codex Secretariat to make minor consequential amendments to the list of allergens and incorporate updated definitions immediately to ensure consistency with the general standards for the labeling of prepackaged foods. I ask the plenary to consider the proposal in CRD 5. Any comments on the proposal from the Codex Secretariat? So after we hear comments, I'll return to the Codex Secretariat for the second option. Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States supports the consequential amendment as recommended by the Codex Secretariat in CRD 5. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. We also support the consequential change in CRD 5 from the Codex Secretariat, but we have a few observations in the change in the CRD 5. The first one is that I think it's editorial, but they're referring to the sections of the CXS1. It is section 4.2.1.4, and then I think the other list is 4215. That is on the screen right now. And the second observation is in the scope. So in the CRD 5, under the scope, in the second paragraph of the scope, we see that the there are the sentence saying that there are various food groups and derived products that cause the majority of food allergies on a global basis, and then referring to CXS1 1985. But in the CXS1 1985 right now, there are two lists of the allergens. One is the global, the other one is the national or regional priority in 4.2.1.5. So we thinking that the words on a global basis might not be including here in the scope according to CRD5, because now we are talking about two lists of the allergens. And the last observation is in the definition. So the current definition is the word allergen is used in the current CXC 80. However, the new added definition of food allergen from the CXS1, it's a bit overlapping in our opinion. And then from the allergen experts, they are usually clarify that food allergen is a protein or a protein derivative, which is both of them are important as a food allergen. But in the allergen definition of the current CXC 80, the second sentence from the allergen part, we only mention the protein, not the protein derivative. So that's our observation. If I'm wrong, the FAO, WHO can clarify. This is actually an observation from our colleague from CCFL. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. So we'll take the intervention from UK and then come back to address Thailand's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The UK would like to support the proposed updates to CXC 80 2020 to reflect the changes made at, to CXC 1985, so the consequential changes proposed in CRD 5. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. So going back to Thailand to address your comments, I'll turn to the Codex Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to Thailand for looking very closely at this proposal. With regard to, I think, their first point, I think we just have a typographical error in the numbering, and we can fix that so that the numbering is correct with regard to the sections to be referred to. The second point they raised related to the use of the term on a global basis within the scope, and we do note that in the section on hazard characterization we did actually remove that from the hazard characterization. So to be consistent then, we could also simply remove the words on a global basis after food allergens in the scope, and then we would ensure that we have consistency between the two areas. The third area then that was mentioned was in relation to definition, and I don't know if our colleagues in FAO may want to comment on this issue of definitions as well. Within the Food Labelling Committee, the definitions were aligned with the expert meeting. If for now the Food Hygiene Committee may want to think about more time about whether to include the definition on food allergen, noting that there's already one on allergen, this could be left for a later date, but this would be up to the committee. So we could simply remove it for now, noting that this could be considered later also in the context of food allergen. But I believe this food allergen definition is in line with the expert meeting, but I can ask my FAO colleagues to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. FAO, please.
Yes, I can confirm that the definition now is aligned with the experts' consultation. And if we want to have a change here, maybe it is another work, more technique, not here. Thank you.
Thank you, FAO. So I propose we do not add the food allergen comments. Are there any other comments on this? Food allergen definition, excuse me. Are there any other comments on this? Australia?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that Australia supports the process outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Okay, so we're going to return to the Codex Secretariat to finish their presentation on allergens. If we could have the PowerPoint up, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to the committee for your input on that issue. The other aspect that's continuing to be discussed in the Codex Committee on Food Labelling are the guidelines on the use of precautionary allergen labelling. And here, CCFL has made good progress in this area, so much so that their text has been adopted at step 5 by the 47th session of the Commission, and we will continue discussions at the next session of CCFL, which meets in May in 2026. Now, CCFL nevertheless wanted to inform CCFH of the progress they've made in this area, and also to inform you that they had requested FAO and WHO to provide guidance on quantitative risk assessment when it comes to precautionary allergen labeling. Now, when this work is complete, there will be a need to review or revise CXC 80, and including consideration of the information on the risk assessment in relation to PAL. And I flagged this here because this is something, if the work is completed at the next session of CCFL in May, it will be adopted by the Commission in July of next year, and hence then it would be ready for this committee to decide how it needs to update the CXC 80 more extensively. So we may wish to consider further discussion of this under agenda item 10 in terms of the forward work plan. So it's just to bring this to the committee's attention for our later agenda item. So I will move on these issues for action now, and the next one relates to the work in the Codex Committee on methods of analysis and sampling. Now, some of you who've been coming to this committee for a while may recall that back in the last decade and up to 2018, we were doing some work on histamine in this committee. And there was a lot of work done related to the risk assessment of histamine and providing guidance on histamine that led to updates of the Code of Practice for Fish and Fishery Products. And that work came to this committee when the Codex Committee on Fish and Fishery Products was actually adjourned sine die, and this work was outstanding. So CCFH did a lot of work in that area and also started to work on the development of sampling plans for histamine for 11 commodity standards for fish and fishery products. However, they were unable to complete that work. There was a working group established and some working documents prepared at that time, but no agreement on the sampling plans was reached. And they agreed at that time, back at CCFH50, that they would put this work on hold until such time as CCMAS has completed its amendments or its revision to the guidelines for sampling, CXG50. Now, we already noted at the last session of CCFH, the 54th session, that the amendments to CXG50 had been completed. However, CCMAS was continuing to work on an information document and tools that would support application of those guidelines. That document, or that information document and tools, have now also been completed at its last session, and these are available on the Codex webpage. So now that all of that is available, we need to decide what to do with this work that we had left hanging with regard to sampling plans on histamine. And I would also note that the last session of the Commission also agreed that the Codex Committee on Fish and Fishery Products would remain active now again, and it would continue its work by correspondence. So in terms of considering then what we need to do within this committee, there's a couple of options available to the committee. This work could be restarted within CCFH using the updated guidelines for sampling and the various supported tools. And there could be reference made to the Codex Committee on Fish and Fishery Products as needed. And in this context, it would need to become part of our forward work plan under agenda item 10. Another option to consider is that since this work originally came from the Committee on Fish and Fishery Products, and a lot of the discussion was about sampling plans for specific commodities, the committee could consider also requesting the Commission to return this work to the Codex Committee on Fish and Fishery Products now that it is active once again. And in doing so, it could share some of the work that was previously undertaken by CCFH so that they could use that as a starting point. Then it would be for that committee, if the Commission agreed, they could assign that work to the Codex Committee on Fish and Fishery Products. So, Madam Chair, I think these are the two options before CCFH to determine how we can proceed with this work that we put on hold, and now the reasons for which we have put it on hold have expired or have been addressed, so we now need to consider how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. Are there any comments or questions regarding the options presented by the Codex Secretariat? Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everybody. We, Japan, would like to support the option 2 of the recommendation made by the Codex Secretariat. As the Codex Secretariat fully explained, now the CCFFP has been reactivated, and also the procedural guideline for working by correspondence is available. So we believe it would be best to refer this task back to the CCFFP, who has deep expertise in fish and fishery products and also has developed histamine-related commodity standards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to support the comments made by Japan, noting that this committee has significant potential new work in front that we will be discussing under Agenda Item 10, and moving this back to CCFFP would allow us to consider new work that is priority for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recognizing the arguments from Japan and the US, Norway is still in favor of keeping the work in the CCFH. Noting that the Fish Committee will work by correspondence, and this is quite a complex issue to work with that way. So we would prefer keeping it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. So thank you all. We've heard support for option 2 and also support for option 1 to keep the work in CCFH. So regarding committees, working groups working by correspondence, I'm going to turn to the Codex Secretariat to provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think the discussion here is about which committee is the most technically suited to undertake the work. The modalities of working by which a committee works is not really the basis on which we make decisions on how to assign work, but rather the modalities are influenced by the work that's undertaken or assigned to a committee. And the proposal here would be to ask the Commission about the assignment of, or reassignment of this work. When it comes to working by correspondence, I also want to recall that we just, at the last session of the Commission, made some updates to the Codex Procedural Manual, including to those for working by correspondence, which noted that if there were some issues that were difficult or more challenging, that the committee working by correspondence has the option to convene a virtual session. So this remains an option to deal with certain issues whereby they feel working by correspondence is not sufficient. And also the working modalities can also be reviewed on a regular basis. So I just want to avoid the discussion being about the modalities of working. It should rather be on the technical competence to undertake the work. The second issue perhaps to flag is to maybe think back to 2018 when we did have the last discussion on these sampling plans and the ones that were proposed at that time and why we did not reach agreement within this committee on those issues. And many of those related to the need for expertise on the various commodities. So irrespective of whether this work stays here or goes to, or the proposal is to go to FFP, there will be a need to involve the commodity committee on this work. So because I think this is dealing specifically with commodities. So even if the work was to stay here, there would be this committee, I believe, referring back to FFP for input on this work. So the question is whether it then needs to stay here and have reference back and forth, or it could be more appropriately dealt with in the commodity committee. So Madam Chair, these are just some of the issues that members or delegates need to consider when we're thinking about where this work can be optimally placed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So based on this background from the Codex Secretariat and the previously stated support for option 2, I would like to propose to the committee to request CAC 49 to task CCFFP to develop the appropriate sampling plans for histamine for the 11 FFP standards and any relevant parts of the Code of Practice for Fish and Fishery Products. Is there agreement to proceed with option 2? Okay, thank you all. I'm going to take silent as agreement.
One more thing.
Yes, so I'll hand the floor over to Codex Secretary, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And sorry, this has been a very long agenda item compared to some sessions, but there was a lot of things that needed to be addressed. And there's one final issue that's actually a follow-up item from CCFH54, where that committee requested the Codex Secretariat to ensure that any cross-references to the WOA Terrestrial Manual and Terrestrial Code in CXG 86 2015 were up to date, and to do this in consultation with WOA. And so since the last session with WOA, we have proposed several amendments to ensure consistency, not just in terms of the name, but also with WOA texts. And these are all presented in the appendix to the working document. A number of these are editorial in nature, and that's simply the name change from OIE to WOA and the updated codes for Codex texts, and also the references to WOA standards in light of revision of those standards. And you will note that in those updated references, we have not included the specific chapter number of the WOA text. And the reason for this was, in consultation with WOA, we understood that if at any time there is a new chapter added to a WOA text or a new section, it's very likely that these chapter numbers will change, and they may not be relevant to us at all, so we may not become aware of them so easily. So rather than refer to chapter numbers, we've simply referred to the names of the chapters. So it's always clear the title will remain, but the number of the chapter may change depending on what other updates WOA are doing to their terrestrial animal health code. So hence the reference to these standards are simply the name of the relevant chapters or sections. Now, there's one substantive change within the document, and this relates to the definition for compartment. And when we originally developed CXG 86 2015, we had aligned the definition for compartment in the Codex text with the WOA definition for compartment. However, since then, the WOA definition for compartment has been revised, and hence the proposal is that we also in line with the previous decision, continue to ensure that the definition for compartment is the same in both text, and hence the definition for compartment has been updated to align with WOA. So, Madam Chair, we'd like to invite the committee to consider these proposed amendments to CXG 86, which, as I said, are presented in Appendix 1 of CCFH5552, and see if they're in agreement with these proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. I ask the plenary to consider the proposal from the Secretariat, proposed amendments to CXG 86-2015, and it can be found in Appendix 1 of CXFH 25/55/2. Are there any comments or questions on the proposed amendments to CXG 86? So I see no flags raised, and as I said, so I see no flags raised. I'll take silence for agreement. Thank you. I'm sorry, United States.
Thank you, Chair. Could you put the definition for compartment on screen?
Yes, we will.
Bill is working on an intervention.
Do you want us to read it out, United States?
Please.
Okay, compartment means an animal subpopulation contained in one or more establishments, separated from other susceptible populations by a common biosecurity management system, with a specific animal health status with respect to one or more infections or infestations for which the necessary surveillance, biosecurity, and control measures have been applied for the purpose of international trade or disease prevention and control in a country or zone. So this is the definition as it would be revised if you agree.
United States.
Thank you, Chair. After conferring with my delegation, we have no comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there agreement on the proposed amendments to CXG 86-2015 for CCFH55 to submit this for adoption by CAC 49, together with the additional amendments agreed in the context of alignment with the general principles on food hygiene? Thank you all. I take silence for agreement. I'll read out the conclusions for agenda item 2. CCFH 55 notes the information presented, encourages more members to take leadership roles in committee working groups, noting the availability of the EWG working group to support members in this role. Notes the importance of forward planning with regard to scientific advice needs to facilitate resource allocation, mobilization, and timely development of standards, and agreed to discuss and address this further under item 10. Notes the adoption of the Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031, the goals for the next 6 years, and the monitoring framework, which will reflect the activities of and participation in CCFH. Forward the consequential amendments to CXC 80-2022 for adoption by CAC 49, noting that additional work will be required upon completion of the work on precautionary allergen labeling. Request CAC 49 to return the work to develop the appropriate sampling plans for histamine for the 11 FFP standards to the CCFFP and inform CCFFP of this request, also recalling the existing work of CCFH and its EWG on this issue. Agree on the proposed amendments to CXG 86-2015 and submit these for adoption by CAC 49. Thank you all. We will now move to agenda item 3. I call your attention to CX/FH25/55/3 and CRD 8. First, I invite FAO and WHO to take the floor and present the matters from GEMRA, FAO, and WHO.
Good morning, everyone. In my prepared remarks, I intended on thanking the organizers for the great organization and the warm welcome that we received, but that would be a little bit disingenuous given the temperatures outside. So maybe we'll just thank you for the organization anyway. But I also want to thank you as members for your support for GEMRA, and whether that's in the terms of resources or lending your experts from your country to participate in our meetings. My plan for the next few minutes is to describe to you some of the activities that we have accomplished as GEMRA collectively with WHO, talk about a few items FAO has undertaken in terms of scientific advice independently, and then I'll pass the microphone to my colleague from WHO to talk about some other activities at WHO which you may find interesting and appropriate. So with that, starting with the GEMRA work. And this is related to your item 7. We have in the past published MRA, microbiological risk assessment for viruses in food on attribution. The report from the second meeting, the summary report, is available online, and the final report should be available that's great. So the final report should be available in the next few days or at the first of the year. Hopefully this information will be helpful in revising your current open work. Secondly, we had meetings in 2023 and 2024 on which your electronic working group has worked with to revise your guidelines in item 8 on Campylobacter and Salmonella. And we're here in the room today. We're here to help support if there's questions come up as you can continue to address and work on that work. Next, Listeria. You have a very full agenda this year, but we have provided information over the course of this last few years on control of Listeria. And if you were fortunate enough to be here yesterday, you got to participate in a side event at noon, which describes some of the new tools that we have available for Listeria risk assessment. As it relates to some of the issues that Sarah just spoke about with CCFL, we have over the past few years held several, 5 or 6 expert meetings on food allergens. Most recently, one was on qualitative guidance for qualitative risk assessments, and then trying to determine reference doses for gluten in food, which would be acceptable for controlling both celiac disease and IgE-associated wheat allergens. I will mention as well that during the CC Asia in September, we held a workshop to help countries to be able to adopt these risk assessment models. The important factor here is we're moving away from a hazard-based risk for allergens and allergen labelings to one that is based on risk. So in this capacity, you can be more precise in which allergens would be labeled and why they would be labeled based on the reference dose that would be viewed as not making people sick. Now, coming in the future, we have looked at our portfolio of what we have capacity to do. Obviously, we are here to respond to your needs, and we anticipate that during your forward work planning, you may come up with new items that we can put on our calendar and provide feedback to you in a timely manner. However, based on our needs in terms of trying to stay abreast of modern technologies, and maybe you saw some of that yesterday in the Listeria presentation, the use of omics, how can we integrate these omics more precisely into risk assessment? And this would be in alignment with what Sarah mentioned here about the feedback from CAC 48 about keeping up to date with the most up-to-date technologies and methodologies to assume risk assessments. So with that, I'll move to some of the FAO-specific activities. Recently, really we don't have a crystal ball, but we had planned a meeting for this year on clostridial diseases, spore-forming diseases, looking at CBOT, looking at Clostridium perfringens, and also trying to determine the role of Clostridioides difficile as a foodborne pathogen. We have a summary report which is available, and the final report will be out in the next, probably the second quarter of 2026. that may be helpful for you in terms of your forward planning, given the current situation of C. botulinum and infant formula. The other thing that we had taken on was to revise and look at the advice we had provided on foodborne parasites. We had 2 meetings, one in May on foodborne protozoal parasites, another one in October on helminth parasites. And in this, we looked at attributions for various food sources and control measures to control these pathogens in food. Finally, vous avez demandé et nous l'avons fait. You asked for a toolbox for good hygienic practices and HACCP to be available in other languages. Here we have made it available in French. It is available in English since last year, but it is here also available in French. The video and tools, some of them are available also in Spanish. Continuing on, trying to allow for the adoption of Codex text and also the integration of scientific advice. We provided a workshop on water. Again, this relates to an item number 5, and some of the electronic working group co-chairs had mentioned how valuable it was to get feedback from the field to say whether these flow charts and decision tree diagrams, how helpful or useful they were as you could continue to move forward. The other thing, just in last month, I believe it was, we picked up some work on antimicrobial resistance. I know the task force on antimicrobial resistance has been closed, and we have some good guidelines that group put together. But we are also looking at now additional new information that has emerged in the last 5 years in the role of co-selective agents, other things other than antimicrobials that could select for antimicrobial resistance, such as non-medically important antimicrobials, the use of metals in feed or artificial sweeteners in feed, animal feeds, or in food. Again, that summary report should be out maybe by the end of this week. Continuing on the lines of building capacity under the risk analysis framework adopted by the Codex Alimentarius, we provided risk ranking workshops in 4 countries so that they could use a scientifically based approach to prioritizing which risk in their countries related to food were most important, and also had some workshops on risk communication. So with that, I'll pass off to my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everybody. First of all, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you who support our scientific program, including JMRA. WHO experienced big changes this year, which affected human resources and budgets, but we are happy to inform you that the work for Codex was prioritized in WHO. Although limited human resources and budgets set restrictions on our work, like our DG mentioned at the last Codex Alimentarius Commission, we will continue to contribute to Codex. So I would like to explain the WHO activities. In WHO, we developed the web-based tool for listeriosis and published the 8 related articles. We explained it at the side event yesterday. So if you missed the side event, the video is posted on the CCFH website, so please watch it when you have time. We can update the tool in response to your requests, and also you can test your own scenarios. So please test it and contact us if you have any question or comment. We are happy to help you. So I would like to, so the WHO World Health Assembly in 2022 requested to update the interim guidance on reducing public health risks associated with the sale of live wild animals of mammalian species in traditional food markets. WHO formed the Guidelines Development Group. The first meeting happened in 2023 to discuss the definition of the research criteria for the systematic reviews. WHO commissioned the systematic reviews, and the group will meet again in the first half of 2026 to draft recommendations that will be peer-reviewed and submitted for public consultation before the final publication. We noticed the comments from Kenya, so our guideline is broader than the Codex guideline, and we will cover human environment animal interface, but the contents of the Codex guideline on traditional markets will be considered to avoid any contradiction. So next one is WHO Global Strategy. Regarding the WHO Global Strategy for Food Safety 2022 till 2030, WHO is working with regional offices to monitor and support the progress on the indicators of the strategy. To support the implementation of the strategy with a particular focus on accelerating actions to improve foodborne disease surveillance, WHO also established the global network entitled as WHO Alliance for Food Safety. The annual meeting of WHO Alliance for Food Safety was held in October this year with the support of Oman, and we followed up the ongoing actions and discussed how to move forward. Finally, based on the member states' request through World Health Assembly in 2022, the Technical Advisory Group, which we call FAG, is currently working to estimate the number of cases, deaths, and public health burden expressed in disability-adjusted life years, which we call DALYs, based on 42 food hazards as described in this table. We plan to publish the national level estimates, as well as regional and global ones, and also annual estimates from 2000 to 2021 in early next year. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, and over to Madam Chair.
Thank you, FAO and WHO, for the updates. We appreciate your work in support of this committee. On the topic of GEMRA scientific advice, I would like to emphasize the importance of the close link between the forward work of CCFH and the work undertaken by GEMRA. I look forward to us discussing this on the agenda item number 10, as I anticipate it will greatly facilitate the planning of resource mobilization to support scientific advice to Codex. Are there any comments or questions on the items presented by FAO, WHO, and GEMRA? I don't see any flags raised. And if there are no further comments on agenda item 3, I propose the following conclusion. CCFH55 noted, the information provided by FAO and WHO, and expressed appreciation. I'm sorry, there's a flag on Zoom. Anchor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from everywhere where you are listening. I have a specific question to FAO, especially because infant formula was mentioned related to the FAO expert meeting on microbiological risk assessment of Clostridia. And as the report is only coming out later next year, I would know how far this was also on Clostridium botulismus and how this was is impacted now by this recent contamination of infant formula and the numerous babies who got ill. What work is planned there, and how could we better protect these vulnerable babies? Thank you.
FAO, please.
Thank you for that question or comment. It is indeed a tragedy that a number of infants have fallen ill due to Clostridia botulinum in infant formula. Our work was undertaken before the majority of this most recent U.S.-based problem has been made aware. We did a full review of botulinum, including infant botulism, and based on the scientific literature, we included what was available in the current thought process. Now, when that report becomes available, that it will be evident what was in there. However, if it's the choice of this committee to investigate further the problems associated with infant botulism and infant formula, or perhaps to review the guidelines related to Chronobacter or Salmonella in infant formula, we would be happy to entertain those ideas and expand the scope of our work that we completed. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, FAO. If there are no additional comments, I will proceed with reading the conclusions. So I propose the following as conclusion. CCFH55 noted the information provided by FAO and WHO and expressed appreciation for the valuable work that has been undertaken since CCFH54. The importance of this work in progressing the ongoing work in CCFH and scheduling new work, and the further details could be provided during the relevant agenda items. And the work of WHO on WHO risk estimation tool for Listeria monocytogenes in foods, and encourage members to liaise directly with WHO with regard to the use, interpretation, and further development of the tool. Noted the importance of GEMRA using the most up-to-date tools and innovative approaches in line with the recommendations of CAC 48, and encouraged GEMRA to ensure its methodology was up to date, and in this regard, welcome work on the use of omics in microbiological risk assessment, MRA. Welcome the availability of the FAO GHP toolbox in French. CCFH55 expresses appreciation to FAO, WHO, and GEMRA for all the work that has been undertaken in the past year, noting the importance of this work in progressing the ongoing work in CCFH and scheduling new work. Is this agreeable to the committee? So, Enka on Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the offer of FAO on working further on botulismus in the light of this contamination should be somehow phrased in your report so that's available for the people reading the report and have this noted down in the final report. Thank you.
Thank you. So, FAO summary, FAO's intervention will be captured in the summary of the report. So if there are no additional comments, we conclude on agenda item number 3, and we move to agenda item number 4. I call your attention to CX/FH55/55/3. ISO is joining us online to present a few matters of interest to the committee. ISO, you have the floor.
Hello to all of you. I'm Bertrand Lombard. I would like to thank CCFH Secretariat for having invited me to give a short introduction on ISO standardization in food chain microbiology based on the document that has been distributed to you. Next, please. I would like to present you shortly Subcommittee 9, Microbiology of ISO Technical Committee 34 Food Product, which is in charge of ISO standardization for the microbiological analysis in the food chain. I'm the chairman of that committee working at ANSES, the French Food Safety Agency in France, and the committee manager is Sylvia Laborie-Coquerel from AFNOR, the French standardization organization. We have 40 participating members, which are countries, 29 observing members, also countries coming from 6 continents, and also liaison with other ISO committees, international organizations, including CCFH, and a close cooperation with SEN to produce common SEN ISO standards. And then we have 40 active other groups or working groups preparing ISO standards. So we're a very active ISO committee. Next, please. Today, we have more than 100 publications, mainly ISO standards, and mostly dealing with horizontal reference methods for the microbiological analysis of foodborne bacteria, bacterial toxins, and biogenic amines, viruses, and parasites. So really all microorganisms, including the ones covered or to be covered by CCFH guidelines. And all of these methods are applicable to the food chain, that is from primary production stage to food and feed products, including the environment of food production and handling. The standards also cover general aspects such as good laboratory practices, method validation or verification, and the use of PCR whole genome sequences, and so on. Next. And I would like to conclude on collaboration between CCFH and ISO TC34 SC9. If reading the Codex Strategic Plan 2026-2031, one of we can find in particular to strengthen the relationship with relevant international organizations, promoting a coordinated approach to address global challenges. And from our side, one of the ISO TC34 SC9 objectives is to develop ISO standardized reference method, meeting the CCFH needs of internationally recognized methods. Thus, we welcome that ISO reference methods be referenced in certain CCFH guidelines dealing in particular with the control of foodborne microorganisms. And a way to strengthen the links between our two organizations is a mutual participation to CCFH or ISO TC34SC9 meetings. And for example, at our last meeting in June, the CCFH secretary gave an overview of your current works, which was really appreciated. And today I'm presenting you shortly our works. So thank you for your attention, and I'm at your disposal for any questions.
Thank you, ISO. Are there any comments or questions on the matters of interest from ISO? So if no comments, next, WOHA was unable to be here with us today, but had sent a statement for the Codex Secretary to read on their behalf. So Codex Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I am reading this statement on behalf of Gillian Milray, the head of the Standards Department of the World Organization for Animal Health. Dear Chair and distinguished participants, sincere apologies that I cannot be present with you in person, and special thanks to the Codex Secretariat for presenting this intervention. WOA appreciates the opportunity to make this intervention under item 4 on the WOA update. Despite our absence, I wish to assure you that WOA continues to follow the work of the committee, and as you will have noted, in particular under item 2, discussion paper on the revision of the guidelines of the control of trichinella in meat of Swede. The update to the WOA manual of diagnostic tests and vaccines for the terrestrial manual on trichinellosis and the terrestrial animal health code with regard to infection with trichinella were revised, and those chapters, relevant chapters, were updated and adopted by the General Session in May 2023 and May 2024, respectively. I wish to take the opportunity to inform you that WOA launched the WOA Standards Navigation Tool in April 2025. This new tool, which is the result of the digitization of WOA standards, such as the terrestrial and aquatic codes and manuals, provides users with streamlined access and navigation of these resources, along with a search function. Another update that I would like to share is the publication of the second Observatory Monitoring Report earlier this month. This is providing insights into the use of WOA standards by members. And to read the full report, please visit the WOA website. I wish you well, and I wish you a successful meeting. Gillian Milray. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. Are there any comments or questions on the information from WOA? I don't see any flags, so I would like to propose the following conclusion. CCFH55 noted the information provided by WOA and ISO and recognized the importance of ongoing collaboration between CCFH and relevant international organizations, noting that the Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031, Goal 3, focuses on strengthening relationships with relevant international organizations, promoting a coordinated approach to address global challenges. Is this agreeable to the committee? Thank you. So we'll move along to agenda item 6. So moving along in accordance with our timetable, let's consider agenda item 6 on the alignment of our text with the revised General Principles of Food Hygiene, CXC 1-1969. The original document is CX/FH55/6, CX/FH25/55/6, addendum 1, and the relevant CRDs are 11, 17, 19, 20, and 22. We will base our discussion on CRD 22, which contains updates from the EWG chairs. I would like to thank China, the UK, and the EU for their diligent work on this item. I invite China, as chair of the EWG, to report the progress and recommendations of the EWG to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And good morning, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the E-Working Group, it is my great honor to introduce this agenda item on the alignment of Codex text developed by this committee with the revised General Principles of Food Hygiene, CXC 1-1969. Next slide, please. This work follows the decision of the last session of this committee to prioritize the structural alignment of the existing CCFH text with the revised General Principles of Food Hygiene, hereinafter GPFH, and to establish an E-Working Group chaired by China and co-chaired by the United Kingdom and the European Union to carry out this task. The E-Working Group worked through an open and transparent electronic process. Drafts were circulated to members and observers for comments on the Codex forum, and all written inputs were carefully reviewed and reflected in successive revisions. The focus of this exercise has been purely on structural and editorial alignment to harmonize the organization and numbering of the CCFH texts with the revised GPFH, while maintaining their technical integrity and intent. Next slide, please. The Electronic Working Group applied this approach in 3 texts: the Guidelines for the Control of Taenia saginata, that is CXG 85/2015, Trichinella species, CXG 86/2015, and foodborne parasites, CXG 88/2016. The results are presented in document CRD 22, which contains the revised aligned revision of these 3 guidelines as Appendices 1, 2, and 3, and a proposed decision tree in Appendix 4. The decision tree is intended as a working tool to guide the consistent approach to future alignment work. I would also like to remind this committee that proposed amendment from WOA to CXG 86/2015, which has been discussed previously in Agenda Item 2 and agreed by the committee, has been incorporated into the Appendix 2 in CRD 22. Madam Chairperson, a key element of this work has been the clarification of the principles of referencing and numbering, which vary slightly depending on the nature of each section in the documents. Next slide, please. For the introductory part of the documents, that's section 1, 2, 3, and 6, covering the introduction, objective, scope, and definition, the E-Working Group noted that the content in these sections differ across standards and do not correspond directly to those of the GPFH. Therefore, no references to the GPFH were added in these sections, as their content reflects the specific content of each individual text. And in Section 4, use, references to GPFH were already presented in the original document. For example, in this Guideline 85, it says the guidelines are supplementary to and should be used in conjunction with the general principle of food hygiene. Therefore, to avoid duplication, no new reference was inserted. And in Section 5, which introduced general principles, the E-Working Group proposed beginning with the phrase, together with the general principles of food hygiene, CXC 1/1969. In case where another overarching principle documents, such as the Code of Hygiene Practice for Meat, that is CXC 58/2005, is also referenced in the documents. We believe this approach may balance the relationship among the various general principles used by the committee. And from Section 7 onward, the E-Working Group applied a general reference approach, as explained in CRD 22. To avoid repetition, the reference is placed only once under the parent section heading, not repeated under every subsection. Next slide, please. When no additional text from the original standard follows, the reference will read, refer to Section X of the General Principles of Food Hygiene, CXC 1/1969. When additional text does follow, the reference reads, refer to Section X of the General Principles of Food Hygiene, CXC 1/1969, comma, together with the following, column. We deliberately avoid using the expression in addition, as it could suggest that content has a different value or order relative to the GPFH, which could cause misunderstanding for the reader. This consistent approach ensures that each aligned section clearly indicates its relationship to the GPFH, avoids redundancy, and maintains traceability to the original text. Next slide, please. And during the alignment process, the E-Working Group encountered several challenges because many CCFH standards were developed under earlier version of GPFH. Their sections, structures, and numbering system were not always compatible. The referencing and numbering principles I have just described were therefore key to ensure consistency while preserving the technical integrity of the original content. Some members and observers expressed concern about apparent jump in numbering observed in Section 8 and 13 of some aligned text. Here we would like to clarify that these jumps do not indicate missing content, but rather reflect the introduction of a new subdivision to align with the GPFH structure. The explanatory text in CRD 22 explains that this new numbering is for structural purpose only. The content remains unchanged and fully traceable to the original standard. We also addressed another issue raised during the review, a difference in where a paragraph on communicating best practices appeared in the Tania Sagineta guideline compared to the Trichinella guideline. To ensure consistency across these texts, the E-Working Group has moved that paragraph under risk communication, where similar provisions already appear. This is an editorial adjustment only, and the content itself is unchanged. You may find the details in the report of the E-Working Group. Through this refinement, the aligned texts are now structurally coherent, logically organized, and transparent in how the original content has been incorporated. Members and observers expressed broad support for the electronic approach and appreciated the transparency and clarity of the alignment process. Many specifically welcomed the explanation of the referencing and numbering system, noting that these resolve earlier concerns about the numbering jumps. Some encourage continued refinement of this approach to further enhance readability in our future work. Next slide, please. And the proposed decision tree included in the Appendix 4 of CRD 22 was prepared by the chair of the E-Working Group, based on the method currently applied by the E-Working Group. It is presented for information only at this session. The re-established E-Working Group will continue to review and refine the decision tree, taking into account practical experience and comments from member countries and observers. And looking ahead, the E-Working Group proposed to continue the alignment work on 3 further texts: the Code of Hygiene Practice for Milk and Milk Products, CXC57-2004, the Code of Hygienic Practice for Low Moisture Food, CXC75-2015, and the Guidelines for the Control of Non-Typhoidal Salmonella Species in Beef and Pork Meat, CXG87-2016. The E-Working Group will also update the work plan for the future alignment of CCFH text with GPFH, and will continue listening with the Working Group on the new work proposals to ensure that the progress on alignment and new work planning is clearly coordinated. And before concluding, Madam Chairperson, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the co-chairs from the United Kingdom and European Union, that is Monica and Nariman from United Kingdom and Chris from the European Union, for their strong technical collaboration, and to all members and observers for their constructive engagement and the written comments, which have greatly supported this transparent and inclusive progress. Madam Chairperson, this concludes my introduction of our work, and the E-Working Group look forward to the committee's review of the revised aligned text and your guidance on this continuation of this important work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. If the committee agrees in principle with the EWG's recommendation for the text under consideration, then we will consider the text one by one. After this, I'll invite comments on alignment in general. First, does the committee agree with the EWG's recommendations? Okay. Seeing no flags are raised. Oh, New Zealand, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, China, for that. While we agree with what's been raised today by the alignment group, we just recall from one of our comments to the virus EWG discussions about no discussion on pest control in one section, and that would mean that we noted that there wasn't a title for pest control, yet in one of the documents here it has a title and a number at 11.2, which is then blank underneath, which if we agree to this format here today, then those other guides that we may be going to approve over the course of CCH55 may not have been formatted to what we agree today. just wondering if there's any comment on that, how if we agree to those texts, they can be perhaps reviewed by the Secretariat to ensure that missing sections, the titles are added and the numbering maintained. Over.
So we've taken note of your comment, New Zealand, and I'll propose that we go through the texts that were presented, and we also recognize that other EWGs have had experiences and challenges with alignment, and we would like to hear from them too at some point about their experiences. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to thank China and the co-chairs for this work. In general, we agree with the alignment approach for these three documents, recognizing the consistent methodology utilized by the electronic working group, but we still have some challenges, and we face this challenge during the work in the Salmonella and Campylobacter and chicken meat. So we need to discuss a little bit more for this other kind of document that we believe that the alignment, it's not too easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. So in that vein, I propose we start going through the text. We'll take note of challenges as they arise and come back to a general discussion on alignment and how we might envision a way forward after we review the text. So let's start with Appendix 1. The draft aligned guidelines for the control of Taenia saginata in meat of domestic cattle, CXG 85/2014. So the text is up. I'm going to ask the chair, China, to maybe tell us where we should focus as we look at this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I just introduced in my presentation, I think I will suggest the committee can focus on those texts highlighted in yellow.
So is everyone okay with the highlighted text? Just to note that the style was slightly adjusted based on the content. Seeing no flags, we move on to the next highlighted text. So this is the format that is being applied, as explained by the chairperson of the EWG. If no comments, we move on. Same situation on the 8 and 10. Seeing no flags raised, we will move on. Same on the 13. (14) as well. So we'll move on to Appendix 2. Thank you. Same approach. Any comments on the 5 general principles? Seeing no flags, we'll move on. Same approach for 7. We'll continue. Same approach under 8, primary production. We will continue. Same approach under 13. Oh, I'm sorry. New Zealand, please.
Sorry, Chair, could you just roll back to 8, please? I just wanted to note there that we go 8 to 8.5. No comment in this moment, but just look a bit further on and look for consistency. Over.
Codex Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And indeed, we have noted this. And within the general principles of food hygiene, in Section 8, there's sections 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4. And that's where it ends. So this is in addition to those four sections. So there has been a lot of discussion, I think, in trying to figure out how to make the alignment without duplicating numbering with the general principles of food hygiene. And it was in this thought that the language as presented by the chairperson of the EWG was put forth, that we refer to Section 8 together with the following. So Section 8 comprising 8.1 to 8.4 together with 8.5 here. This is the logic behind this here. And I would note when we go on to the next text, which is the general guidelines on parasites, we will note that the committee already applied this approach back when it first developed the general guidelines on parasites, where we already had the number skipping element in there when it was referring simply to the general principles of food hygiene. We know it may not be the easiest, and I guess I think the EWG worked hard to try and find a solution to this. So if there's a better one, I guess the committee is, everyone would be willing to hear this, but it's to try and stay aligned with the text without duplication of numbering with the general principles and without repeating every section head. That was the other option, that you put in 8.1 section head refer 8.2, but I think in the comments, if I understand well, people felt that was a bit too much duplication. Hence, this was the approach proposed. I don't know if the chair of the EWG has anything to add. Okay.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat. So we move along. Same approach on the 13. And same on the 14. Thank you. So let's move to Appendix 3. And that's the draft aligned guidelines on the application of general principles of food hygiene to control foodborne parasites. So I'm going to ask the chair of the EWG to comment on this.
Well, actually, it's not a comment, but a little bit kind of explanation about what we are doing with this paragraph. Originally, we have two options in square brackets in our report of the e-working group. Option one is that we have fish, aquaculture, fish farm, and feeds, these four terms with the footnotes and the references. And this is the second option, that is the phrases we can see here highlighted in yellow, the definition of fish, aquaculture, and fish farm in the Code of Practice for Fish and Fishery Products, CXC 52/2003, and of feed in the Code of Practice on Good Animal Feeding, CXC 54/2004 apply. According to the comments received in the e-working group and also the comments received afterwards, members are more prefer to these expression. So we open the square brackets and choose this one. Over.
Thank you, EWG Chair. So with that in mind, we will continue looking at the highlighted text to ensure it's agreeable to the committee. Okay, moving along. So if no comment on the 8, we will move along. Let's keep going. So I'm not seeing any flags. That's why we're moving on. It's the same approach and just the numbering so far. So. Excellent. Now that we've reviewed and agreed on this aligned text, I would like to invite a general discussion on the alignment approach in general and any critical issues identified by the EWG chairs in their presentation, including how we might address cases where full structural alignment is not feasible and under what circumstances we should consider additional technical review beyond alignment. So the floor is open. So I see the USA has their flag up, and I would like to call on the EW chairs of, the viruses, Salmonella campi and Listeria, to try to share their experiences with alignment. So I'll start with the USA.
Thank you, Chair. The United States was privileged to chair the electronic working committees on the Listeria guidelines, as well as Campylobacter and Salmonella in chicken meat. I'll start with the Listeria guidelines. The experience in aligning the Listeria text with the general principles wasn't easy, but I would say it was easier than our experience with the Campi and Salmonella in chicken meat. The challenges that we faced in the Listeria document had mainly to do with content in the current guidelines that could go in multiple places within the structure of the general principles. And so taking that text and trying to find the appropriate home for that text within the structure of the general principles, we did our best. We did have the added benefit of also revising the text at the same time. So for creating a document that from a readability standpoint is clear to the reader, we had the opportunity when taking that content and moving it around under the structure, we were able to revise the text so that it is easily read and understandable. But we still got comments from members during consultation suggesting that some of the content where we placed it was more appropriate in other places of the document. And I think that's one of the challenges as we undergo alignment. We're going to experience that in multiple texts. As for the Campylobacter and Salmonella in chicken meat, the work group, as you heard from our colleagues in Brazil, the co-chairs had much more difficulty trying to align that document strictly with the structure of the general principles. The guidelines on controlling Campylobacter and Salmonella in chicken meat contains an extensive process flow diagram, and that flow diagram created issues in trying to force it to the structure. So what you'll see in that document presented to the committee is a structure that the working group felt, the electronic working group felt was appropriate to provide a document that is easy to understand while still trying to align to the structure of general principles as best as could be done. We do note that the EWG on alignment presented 3 documents for their proposed next steps. And one of those on non-typhoidal salmonella also includes an extensive process flow diagram. So we see that that document may experience the same challenges that the Campion Salmonella Working Group experienced. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I would like to thank the chair and the co-chairs of and China and the co-chairs for all the work done on alignment. I won't repeat what my colleagues from the United States have said, but for us, I think with the virus document, it was easier. But also, it was easier because we were also revising the technical content. I think this is the key point, that we have to be really strategic in which document are we aligning just for aligning, and which document we should align, or based on the conversations we'll have a new work on what is upcoming. I think this is really a key piece. I think with alignment, it's all about flexibility. And I think we need to keep that flexibility, so each electronic working group will do their best to update documents as best as they can. But I think this is, as much as we want to align with the general principles, I think we need to keep that flexibility to, as the United States said, to really keep the flow, that we have a document, because the purpose of the document is to provide the best guidance to the user. I think we need to keep that in mind. What's the objective of the guidance that we are working hard on? So, thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Any other comments from the floor? From members? Okay, I have one request in Zoom from an observer. Anchor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I joined the working group yesterday, and I asked some questions, and they may be relevant to the general principles behind the alignment. And we asked, first of all, whether all the guidelines and everything was sufficient to protect vulnerable infants and children. This is where ENCA and IBFAN and many of the organizations are concerned with the vulnerable infants and children. And on that basis, we also asked about the independence of the monitoring and verification safeguards. And I wondered, you know, from our perspective, I would like to see Codex demanding that verification safeguards are independent. I know competent authorities, there's many all over the world, but many actually work and are funded, partly funded by the industries that they're meant to be monitoring. So that's of great concern to us. So we would like to see a Codex principle that you should have independent monitoring and verification safeguards, and that shouldn't be voluntary and a matter of choice, it should be mandatory. So, and I think that would underscore a lot of the concerns that we have about the protection of infants and young children particularly. I raised One Health, but I was told that this wasn't the place to talk about One Health, but it's something that we try and get in wherever we can. Thank you. Oh, one more thing, antimicrobial resistance. That was removed, reference to that, and we strongly feel that you know, that should not be allowed to be used in infected flocks. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Anchor. I note that we're focused on structural alignment, rather than the technical element of the guidelines. Codex Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone from the Alignment EWG and the other EWGs, I think, for sharing with us some valuable lessons as we go through this alignment exercise. And we agreed on the process, I think, at our last session, based on what we thought could work well. And I think everybody has really tried hard to follow that process. For me, I think a couple of things have become clear as I listen to the various interventions, and some of them are in some cases that, you know, it's much easier to do alignment when you're also doing a technical revision of the document. And I think this brings us to our forward work plan, where we start thinking about, well, what documents are we going to be doing potential revisions on in the medium term? Because as we think about alignment, perhaps if we think we're going to be doing a technical revision, then it would seem obvious to me that we should consider leaving alignment of those documents until that time. We also heard that some are really rather difficult to do without a technical revision because of the structure, and so this is maybe also important in terms of thinking about what we could undertake alignment with in the future. And I know we're almost at lunch break, but perhaps something for us to think about is how we can maybe incorporate our work planning with regard to alignment really integrated with our forward work planning, so that if we are considering alignment of our updating documents, we really shouldn't be trying to structurally align those, because we risk duplicating work within a very short period, and how we can make maximum use of all of our working groups, so they're not doing alignment now and then in a year's time suddenly we're doing technical revisions. So perhaps this is something we can even think about over lunch, is how we could better incorporate our planning for alignment with our forward work planning, so that whatever we do in alignment is related to documents that we believe we're not going to be looking at for a long time, that would benefit from stronger connection to the general principles of food hygiene. And so there's a real benefit to undergoing this structural alignment. And for others, then we recognize that it may take a few years to get to them, but we will do it in the context of revision. So I know we have the PWG on the new work later this afternoon, so perhaps that's also an opportunity to discuss this further and think about what an approach could be there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Codex Secretariat, and delegates, thank you for the discussion. We'll break for lunch and complete this item when we return from lunch break. I will go briefly to the CCFH Secretariat for some housekeeping.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, everybody. We are now going to break for lunch from 12:30 to 2:30. Lunchtime is on your own. You may order lunch through the hotel, but there are several restaurants within walking distance to the hotel if you choose to brave the cold outside. We will have a side event from 12:45 to 1:45 here in the plenary room, hosted by Singapore and China, entitled Food Safety Considerations for the Manufacturing of Cell-Based Foods. It will also be streamed on Zoom in English only. The GEMRA Secretariat has shipped several hard copies of the GEMRA reports that you may take back home with you. We will make them available at the registration desk now when we break for lunch. There are limited copies, so they are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Please take only one copy of each report to allow other delegates to take reports as well. We will resume plenary at 2:30. And with that, have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Of how international collaboration and a certain Codex text help to identify the source of the problem.
We were notified by the Public Health Authority for England in April 2021 of a cluster of illness of Salmonella brandera.
The UK quickly identified the strain of the Salmonella contamination through whole genome sequencing, and through patient surveys also identified the likely source as melons. It was vital to share that information to prevent further illness and find the country of origin.
At 17:08 on the 28th of May, I reached out to the Infasan Secretariat requesting their urgent assistance.
Infasan is the FAO-WHO International Food Safety Authorities network, which facilitates rapid information exchange in foodborne disease outbreaks.
In May 2021, the Infasan Secretariat received a signal from the emergency contact points in the UK. They wanted to know whether other countries have reported similar cases.
By 11:21 on the following day, I received a response from the Infasan Secretariat giving me an indication of the situation in around 13-14 countries across Europe and outside of Europe. That's quite phenomenal as a capability out of hours.
In this very particular case, we were able to share that a country was investigating melon, same as the UK, because we know it's the same outbreak. It's the same strain that was isolated and sequenced.
3 countries were identified as the potential country of origin based on information regarding import dates and the timing of first cases, one of which was Honduras.
Inicialmente fue una notificación en la cual Infosan nos informaba sobre este evento. Por lo tanto, se hizo un intercambio de información referente a todos los establecimientos exportadores de melón desde Honduras hacia la Unión Europea.
This was no small task in a country that produces 140 million kilos of melons annually.
Y posteriormente recibimos una notificación el 11 de junio en el cual nos notifican de que efectivamente melones de Honduras, Galia, estaban asociados al brote debido a que ya habían resultados positivos del Reino Unido.
There was then several communications per day, several days per week, and it was really intense, close cooperation.
To track down the source of the outbreak, Maria Sevilla sent a team of 10 technical and laboratory staff, microbiologists and epidemiologists into the field to collect samples.
Decidimos realizar este equipo de trabajo, ir a campo, a planta. Pues se realizaron más de 60 muestras, tanto de superficies, de suelos. Bueno, lo que decidimos utilizar más que nada fue ciertos documentos de Codex, incluso documentos que todavía estaban en borrador.
This document, the Guidelines on the Management of Biological Foodborne Outbreaks, was, at the time, being developed by one of the Codex Alimentarius's Committee on Food Hygiene's electronic working groups.
Codex has this really critical role of keeping us aligned to common principles and common approaches. Honduras, following that Codex approach, gave us as a country assurance that they were at a level of commitment to food safety. They were the test pilot of the development of that guidelines because they were applying them in practice. That no doubt is beneficial.
Meanwhile, the UK also sent the gene sequences of the implicated bacterial strain to Honduras so they could compare salmonella isolates from their samples with the outbreak strain.
Y ahí fue donde nos vimos con uno de los primeros retos dentro de nuestra evaluación. Era el hecho de que no teníamos cómo genotipificar la muestra, ya que no contábamos con la capacidad laboratorial en Honduras.
Fortunately, an American university was willing to sequence the positive sample from Honduras, and the result was conclusive. Honduras notified Infasan they had found the source of the outbreak. One bird dropping in a melon washing tank in Choluteca, southern Honduras, had probably caused 348 people to fall ill from salmonella poisoning, hospitalizing 68.
It's incredible that despite the distance, despite the different capabilities internationally across all the countries globally, that science can talk that seamless language.
This detective work is also a remarkable example of a collaboration across countries, rapid information sharing and harmonised data collection to prevent the spread of illness and save lives.
I think it was a really great example of international collaboration because really we saw countries collaborating together to find the source of the outbreak because people were getting sick, they were being hospitalized, so acting fast was really of the essence here.
Valuable lessons were learnt by all concerned, and UK retailers now rely on the plan developed by Honduras during the outbreak.
They were thorough in their step approach to identifying all the hazards. They had a very particular 12-step plan. We took some insights from some of the principles they'd applied. And actually, to this day, 3 years on, the retailers in the UK still recognise that as an example of really good practice.
And importantly, that best practice was guided by the Codex Alimentarius.
The Codex guidelines for the management of biological foodborne outbreaks provide point-by-point advice, first on how to prepare for and then how to manage foodborne outbreaks, as well as providing guidance on how to continuously improve preparedness and response systems. And this story from Honduras is an excellent example of how Codex texts play an important role in supporting and guiding national authorities in managing food safety issues.
Since this outbreak in 2021, there has been no detection of any pathogenic hazards in melons from Honduras.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend dans quelques instants. Por favor, tomen asiento. Pronto reanudaremos nuestro programa. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend maintenant. Por favor, tomen asiento. Reanudaremos nuestro programa ahora.
Hello, delegates. I hope you had a good lunch break and enjoyed the informative side event. Just to recall briefly, we ended on the reflections of the EWG chairs with their experiences aligning the texts that are undergoing technical revision, and heard the Codex Secretariat's comment about the need to consider alignment closely with the forward work plan, especially in light of the text that may undergo full technical revision, and noted the Codex Secretariat's mention of the possibility that we decide the future plans for alignment under Agenda Item 10. Before I open the floor for comments on how to proceed with alignment, I'd like to invite China, as chair of the EWG, to address some of the points raised by the chairs of the EWGs for Salmonella and Campi and Listeria. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to briefly provide some feedbacks to the concerns raised in the morning's discussion. Here I would like to mention that the first part of the decision tree included in the Appendix 4 of CRD 22 is intended to address the cases where content of the existing CCFH text does not fully correspond to the structure of the GPFH. Because while we're looking at the documents is pretty straightforward and simple, but actually the work behind that is not that easy. The difficult thing is not the referencing and the numbering, but to find the best place, the home for the different parts of text to their right place. But as the working group did not have the opportunity to discuss the decision tree, and for the sake of transparency, we propose that the committee not discuss the details content of the decision tree at this session, but allow the next electronic working group to review and refine it in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China, for sharing about the decision tree developed by the EWG chairs. It seems useful in that transparently it documents the alignment approach. Now I'd like to ask the committee for their views on how to proceed with alignment. I ask you to consider how you can continue to clearly document the alignment approach, like through this decision tree or other means, and whether you think it would be a suitable approach to consider future plans in the context of the forward work plan under Agenda Item 10. The floor is open. So I don't see any flags raised. So taking silence as a general support for the alignment approach, I propose we re-establish the EWG on alignment. Could I please ask if China is willing to continue to chair? Thank you, China. I see you nodding. Is the UK willing to continue co-chairing? The UK?
Yes, yes, we're happy to co-chair.
Wonderful. Thank you, UK. I believe we could add one additional co-chair. Is any member interested in co-chairing the EWG on alignment? Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on this work of alignment, of aligning the Codex text, the food hygiene text, we would like to support the work by co-chairing this work. And that's why we are supporting the extension of this mandate on the structural alignment of this text. And we are ready to support the work by co-chairing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenya. So we note that the EU, will not continue to be a co-chair on this EWG, but we want to sincerely appreciate their work on this. So thank you to the chair and co-chairs. I will propose a conclusion. CCFH55 noted the lessons learned in the process of undertaking the alignment, that structural alignment should prioritize texts unlikely to be revised in the medium term, and emphasized integrating the alignment work plan with the forward work plan to ensure consistency in the committee's planning. CCFH55 agreed to forward the amendments of CXG 85-2014, CXG 86-2015, and CXG 88-2016 to CAC 49 for adoption, and to re-establish the EWG chaired by China and co-chaired by the UK and Kenya, working in English to continue the alignment exercise for those texts prioritized in the forward work plan, and to continue to clearly document the alignment approach through the decision trees or other means. The EWG report will be submitted at least 3 months prior to CCFH 56. Any comments on the conclusion? Seeing no flag? Seeing no flags raised, we will begin with agenda item 7. Please refer to CX/FH25, /55/7, CX/FH25/55/7, addendum 1, CRDs 12, 17, 20, and 21. I would like to extend my appreciation to Canada and the Netherlands for their work chairing the EWG. I'd like to invite the chair of the EWG to report to the committee the outcome and recommendations of the EWG. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. So it's been a pleasure to lead the work on the revision of the guidelines for viruses in close collaboration with the Netherlands. So I just want to thank our colleagues from the Netherlands for their close collaboration on the revision of those guidelines. So next slide, please. So during my presentation, I'll give a quick overview and some background information, talk about the general work so far, We discussed a bit about the project document, the main comments that we received from the electronic working group, and some main comments, some main points that we received that also will be linked to the comments that we received also in the circular letter. And I will end the presentation with key points of discussions. But I would also like to open the floor for maybe additional comments that people would like to raise. I'll end with a recommendation for this work. And at the end, we'll have an update from our GEMRA colleagues. Next slide, please. So just want to brought you back to 2 meetings ago when we presented a discussion paper. It was in San Diego for the revision of these guidelines. Next slide, please. I decided to put kind of our request to GEMRA on the screen just to show that, as a reminder, that the 4 items are covered in the 2 reports from GEMRA, but the 5th item, the updates for our GEMRA colleagues at the end of this presentation will be touching on this 5th items. That was a review of the various risk assessment models with a view towards constructing more applicable models for wide use among members, including a simplified risk calculator. So, next slide, please. So this was already covered this morning by our colleagues from GEMRA. So the second report will be published really, really soon on viruses. And I would like to thank GEMRA for their support again. Next slide, please. So in the project document that was submitted last year, or no, 18 months ago at the last meeting, it was agreed to initiate the work. And this project document was really leveraging the work or the information from the first GEMRA report. And we established electronic working group was established after the meeting. So next slide, please. So terms of reference was really to update the revision of the guidelines and also to do the full alignment, which was discussed this morning. Next slide, please. So as part of the electronic working group that was established, it was composed of 34 Codex members and 4 observers organizations. Next slide, please. So the first consultation, so we really leverage, as all the other electronic working group, we really leverage the 18 months or 20 months between meetings to have 2 rounds of consultation. The first one was in November of 2024 until January 31st, 2025. So we prepared the first draft. We received 330 comments from 30 members and 2 observers. The guidelines were well received with a few points of disagreement, but many suggestions were received to improve the text, which we did. And some recommendations were made on the overlap with the general principles, and we tried to refocus the document really on various specific considerations. Next slide, please. For the second consultation, this is where when we propose or we added the Annex 3 under control of hepatitis E virus in pork and wild game meat. So we received 143 comments from 9 members and 1 observer organization. Once again, the guidelines were well received, and also as well as the Annex 3 was well supported with many also comments to continue to improve the text. Next slide, please. So I'll do a quick review of the main points because they are kind of related as well to what, to the final, but not the final, but to the latest version that circulated in the CL. So the first, in the section 1 introduction, we receive and still receive in the circular letter that some viruses should be added or removed, and we are really just considering we are limited the list to the list that was documented in the GEMRA report. So there was a comments to add sentences on seasonality and norovirus infections. Again, we align with the report from GEMRA and use the same language. Next slide, please. In terms of definition in the document, so to include hepatitis E virus, we rename enteric virus. Instead of human, we just modify the definition for that one. We introduce a definition for fresh produce, and we most of the electronic working group members considered that the definition in the guidelines for the water document was the most relevant and appropriate to use. For the frozen food definition, the majority agree that the definition will be useful, and I'll come back to this later on about the proposals that we made in the circular letters on the frozen food definition. Next slide, please. So we receive many comments on the sections related to the prevention intervention measures, but we decided to not make any changes to the document for these sections, and we were waiting for the second general report to make sure that the plenary and all the committee has access to the full general report in order to comment for these sections. So for personal hygiene in section 12, we added a sentence where persons who have had gastroenteritis should only be allowed to return after a period without symptoms for diarrhea and vomiting. So the sentence was in the document. We received comments that we should add a duration. So we added, as an example, like a 48-hour period because we added this as an example to provide flexibility, but this comment came back again in the circular letter, so this is why I'm talking about this right now. There was also we added a sentence to the exclusion of individuals with symptoms from handling facilities. So we were the comments were or the proposal we decided just to emphasize the exclusion of symptomatic individuals from the premises rather than solely from the food handling task. So this approach was applied consistently in the guidelines, and this was supported as well as from the second general report, summary report that is available. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So we received comments that we should look closely at some considerations from the technical document from FAO-WHO from 2021 for the Annex 1. And this is what we decided to do. So we reviewed the document, this technical guidance. We made minor additions to the guidelines where appropriate, and we put appropriate references as well. The intent was not to incorporate the full scope of this information. It was just to complement the text as we already covered, because it's already covered in the Code of Practices for Fish and Fishery Products. Next slide, please. So we received comments to expand on the design and the use of sanitary surveys, the use of male-specific qualifiers as well. So new sentences have been added to the text on that as well. So we received one comment regarding the Annex 3 that asking about really if we needed an Annex 3 because of the perceived lack of specific control measures. So we made sure that while some of the measure proposed in Annex 3 reflects good hygiene practices and general guidance covered in the main part of the guidelines, we still believe that this annex was necessary, and we added a few things to really provide more support or more content to this annex by providing like targeted recommendations, putting emphasis on good hygienic practices specific to HEV, et cetera, et cetera. So this is what we decided to do for the Annex 3. Next slide, please. So we received comments about the addition of HEV1, HEV2, and HEV7 in the introduction of Annex 3. So we did not integrate these suggestions given that HEV1 and 2 are transmitted via contaminated water. And the focus of the annex is really on pork and wild game meat. HEV1 and 2 are already addressed in the introduction, so it's already mentioned. And HEV7 was not included because there is only a single documented case of a human infection that exists right now. Next slide, please. So for the Annex 3, we did some alignment work. So we changed some titles. We decided to move some paragraphs and we just made some decisions to assure like consistency with the general guide, the general principles, and during alignment. We received comment to improve the product labeling and consumer education. So we made modification on product labeling section and consumer education in the guidelines that has been considered by the plenary in the CL. Next slide, please. So this leads us to the circular letter that countries have commented on. So we received 175 comments from 35 members and 1 observer. Many, again, suggestions to improve readability and the precisions of the text. So thank you for all the comments that we receive. In the document, we proposed 2 definitions for frozen produce, and we received some input from countries about the preferred option. Some members preferred the option 1 because it was clear, measurable. A lot of comments about the minus 18 degrees Celsius, and I'll come back to that later on. And 6 members preferred the option 2, given the minus 18 degrees Celsius is currently being debated internationally, and more conversations to come on this. So, next slide. So again, we receive comments on prevention, interventions, measures. All those comments will be addressed in the next version once the report will be available. So just want to put this out there that we're not forgetting about those. It's just that we will cover this once the general report is published. Next slide. So again, we receive support for the Annex 3 in the circular letter. We receive comments about additional recommendations related to hunters that have been proposed, and a comment on pest control that is not discussed. So as part of the alignment, we'll add a reference to the general principles for that point. So this brought us back to the key points for discussion. We were planning to have a conversation, more deeper conversations about the selection of the option 1 or 2 for today. As I already indicated, so we received comments of the preferred option will be option 1. Because again, it was clear and measurable, but given that we will have a discussion in your work about like freezing temperatures, and we had the similar conversations when we were working on the Distero document about maybe just better not to put a temperature to make sure that the Codex texts are future-proofed, and having some maybe references to other like guidance or documents where the freezing temperature will be discussed. So anyway, this will be discussed in the new work, and I think as this work will continue on viruses, if the committee agrees, the discussion on the freezing temperature will be informing the next version of the document. So, next slide, please. So we receive a lot of comments on harmonization of terminology in the document, the use of clean water, fit for purpose, or portable water. All this will be looked at again and reviewed carefully based now on the annexes that will be hopefully approved this week. and to fully align with the work that has been done on the guidelines for the safe use and reuse of water. We received also comments to simplify sections in some of the annexes and really just cross-referencing the guidance, which is a good practice. So we'll do that as well. So next slide, please. In paragraph 46, we were adding that we added that FBO should consider implementing policies such as employees are not financially adversely affected by staying home. So we received comments on that sentence, and that maybe, and our recommendation will be to remove that sentence because this is probably going beyond the committee's mandate and outside of scope of CCFH, but open for conversations later on. In the paragraph 74, so again, we were asked to add like an example with the duration during the previous consultation, and now received comments that we should remove the 48 hours. As it's still an example, our recommendation would be just to keep that example. So, but again, we received comments on this during the consultation. Next slide, please. We receive also comments on paragraph 34 on product labeling. That this paragraph should be removed for several reasons, that the product labeling really does not inform on potential risk associated with foodborne pathogens in general. So we're not putting that don't eat chicken because it contains salmonella or something like that. And risks are usually managed by the FBOs during production, but also can be managed through consumer education. So, and there is already a paragraph on consumer education within the guidelines. So again, open for discussion if we should maintain that, that paragraph or not. So next slide, please. I think this was. So before to open maybe to discussions about some points that I've covered in my presentation or other points, I just want to inform the plenary and the committee that our recommendations are to return the document to step 2-3 for further elaboration on the prevention and intervention measures based on the GERA report that will be published soon. And we'll address all the comments received from the CL carefully and with the points that I already mentioned and other points. And based also on the conversations today, we'll update the document for the next electronic working group. So this is our proposal. Before to move to our colleagues from GEMRA for their update, so next slide, please. I just want to maybe open the floor for any comments from the floor on what I mentioned, some of the points, or any other comments that the plenary would like us to consider moving forward for the next version of the document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Canada. Before we proceed with our discussion, I would like to give the floor to GEMRA to provide an update on the status of the relevant GEMRA work, including the review of risk assessments and a possible risk assessment tool.
Thank you very much, Chair. You've seen this slide before, so I really won't elaborate much, but I will say that the summary document for the virus part 2 work is available online, and it is quite extensive. It's 5 or 7 pages long, and it has a lot of information in there. However, once we get the ISB number on the publication here, it should be out anytime. Maybe you can have it as a holiday gift and read it on New Year's Eve if you want. I think what I'll do is I'll pass off to my colleague from WHO to talk about the assessment of risk assessments that they conducted.
Thank you, Jeff. So I would like to explain the work on the review of the risk assessment models. WHO conducted the literature search on PubMed and Web of Science. After merging and removing duplicates, 826 articles were collected. After assessing the papers, 79 articles were retrieved. So we carefully reviewed the papers one by one to select studies that fit the request from the CCFH, whether it explains the risk assessment models from any stage to the risk, and or whether it measures the exposure to humans, like that. And we selected 8 articles. And last July, when we had a meeting with the GEMRA experts, we explained the overview of those articles. And the conclusion of the meeting was, although each model had as advantages, and some models would be useful for visualizing the risks, it will be difficult to apply to the simplified risk calculators, which was requested from the CCFH. So I would like to give the floor to Jeff to explain how we are thinking now. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you. So we were struggling a little bit to figure out what the risk calculator should look like. And basically, we came up with a prototype here, and we wanted some feedback if we were going in the right direction. So what we have is we basically have 4 independent models, one for each of 4 different commodities, one on pork products, fresh fruits and berries, seafoods, and ready-to-eat foods. These are the priority food sources for virus contamination in our reports. And then drawing from that, we looked at the risk factors. We actually consulted with our experts as well to provide checklist of risk factors and information from the reports that WHO had reviewed. So in effect, we came up with a list of about 8 to 12 questions that could be asked for each of those. That's what you see. I guess this doesn't have a pointer, but in the gray section there, it may be difficult to read. This is an example for the fresh fruits and berries. Some of it was built upon previous GEMRA work. For example, there's questions about water quality, source water, whether the water will be touching the product or not, whether the water is treated, whether the waste material that's being applied to the field had been treated or not. And then in the end, there's also some mitigation factors in there, whether the food that was going to be consumed would in fact be cooked or not. So putting those together, it builds the level of risk from a low, medium to high. And in this way, here are the questions that we answered. In this example, it puts it at high. And again, this is just the concept here. So we need to really rework the questions a little bit more, be careful about the wording, and we possibly weighting the responses on those in consultation with our experts. So you see what the overall risk is based on a limited number of questions. Obviously, you know, you talk about application of biological soil amendments. Well, how long was it since they were applied? And you could get deeper and deeper every time, and then it becomes a complex risk model similar to what you saw yesterday for the listeria. And I don't think that's what you were looking for. The other 2 factors that we've integrated in here is the bar chart in the upper right-hand corner will list where these vulnerabilities are. If you have a high risk, it will say, oh, that's because of your pre-harvest soil treatments or your water irrigation, or it's your personnel management. We just talked about exclusion of people who are symptomatic. So it'll kind of highlight which areas are the factors that are contributing to that higher level of risk. And then the last thing it does, and you see 3 little sentences there, and those are only placeholders. If you're flagged because of water quality, then will be a comment on water quality and maybe a reference on what to look for, and send you to the GEMRA work on safe use and reuse of water and vegetable production or whatever it is. Or, for example, on cooking, and then there will be some recommendations on the temperature for cooking. If that food is amenable to cooking, what would be effective? So that's kind of how this risk calculator work. You could build several different models as we move forward if we needed different food commodities, but I'm just going to leave it there and open for just some input, either right now or I'll be here. We'll be here all week. We'll capture those things, and then we'll move forward with a more fleshed out model. Thank you.
Thank you, GEMRA Secretariat. Are there any comments or questions on the updates from GEMRA? Seeing no flags raised, we'll go based on the recommendations from the EWG chair. I would like to first invite general comments on this draft, and after this, I'll invite specific comments on the key points the EWG chairs highlighted for discussion. The floor is open. The EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like to support. I think there were 3 proposals made. I don't know. Perhaps we have to go one by one. Perhaps that makes it easier. I mainly wanted. On the first one with minus 18 degrees, we fully support the proposal not to indicate the temperature. If I see the arguments for those that prefer to mention minus 18, they refer to standards on quick frozen food. But I think there may be some confusion here. At this moment, all standards on quick frozen food are indeed minus 18. But not all these products are quick frozen. You can just freeze them. And I think from a microbiological point of view, once you are below minus 12, for example, that there is no growth anymore. So, just for your consideration, and okay, we will come back later, I think, with this frozen. So just to say what we support not to include the temperature as a first recommendation. Or the first point for discussion, and the 2 others, I don't know by heart what they were, but I remember that we can support them, both of them. This deletion and so on. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, EU. Then we have Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our comment is not on the specific points, but we just would like to express our appreciation to Canada and the Netherlands for leading the EU Working Group meeting and for preparing the proposed draft revision. And also thanks to the FAO and WHO for the scientific advice. While we are still expecting the final general report, we believe that the revised draft revision serves as the very good and solid starting point for further discussion. And having said that, we submitted a few written comments, mainly asking for a little more flexibility to the provisions, taking into consideration for very small FPOs or primary productions. And we look forward to further discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. We'll go to Peru.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving us the floor. About the comments, it is true that Peru did support option 2 because we were concerned about setting a temperature, but based on the comments made by the EWG chair that recommended withdrawing this figure, we would be able to support, we're able to support this option. The other ones have to do with the translation into Spanish, where there were a few issues with the translation into Spanish, and about the final recommendations of the EWG chairpersons, we would agree to have the this work go back to a step so that we can continue working with an EWG. Those are our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. We will go to Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our position is on the option 1, as we would like to have the number of the temperature as, but we aware of the conversation, especially the temperature proposal in different agenda item. So we think that we might be able to convert to different options. Basically, this work is going back to the EWG later. So we doesn't have strong position on which option. We can see the discussion in the new working group this afternoon as well. And since I've been giving the floor, I would also like to support the position of Japan earlier about the flexibility to the smallholder farmers in primary production. Our comment is also in addendum 1. We really think that in some section, like the primary production section 8 of the main text, it should be flexibility to the primary producer, which is farmers or agricultural farming. So yeah, that was our comment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. We'll go to Ghana.
Thank you very much. Ghana would also want to commend Canada for leading this electronic working group. And also I appreciate Gemra for the tremendous work that has been done so far. We noticed the comments that has come up with the indication of the temperature for option 1, negative 18 degrees Celsius or colder during transportation, storage, and distribution. We believe that the discussions that has gone on is very valid, except to say that Ghana believes that the indication of that temperature also enforces the reality with allowance to minor deviation and temperature management. In fact, in all these discussions, we're looking at enforcement. And so indicating that temperature, allows for enforcement and guidance. And that is the position of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghana. We'll go to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like also to thank all the work done, and we prefer not mention the temperature in the case of the frozen product definition. And we also have a comment on paragraph 61 that the disinfectant options should be mentioned as an example. And now it's not mentioned as an example, and it's not provide flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. The UK?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to reiterate and support option 1 without a specific temperature while work is continuing to better understand the proposal as part of the new working group.
Thank you, UK. Australia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Australia's position is we prefer option 2 to remove the temperature for freezing. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Gambia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Gambia want to thank Canada and those who were involved in the development of this document. And then we want to go further to say that Gambia support option 1 as the preferred definition. I mean, we believe that the indication of -18 or lower is necessary for microbial safety and quality, aligns with other Codex texts. For example, Codex standard for quick frozen fruits and vegetables. And ensures harmonization with global trade. So like the position of Ghana, we believe this is necessary for enforcement and it make it easy for our part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. Uganda?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. First of all, Uganda would like to also appreciate Canada and co-chair for the work done on this guideline. Uganda would ideally support option 1, basically because of the indication of the temperature would provide guidance both for the food business operator and the regulator, and we also note that this is the -18 is it has been generally, used in especially for frozen foods and vegetables. So we do support option 1, but we are also open to further discussions, as has been already mentioned, and we'll see the outcome of the fiscal working group. But in general, we believe option 1 is a good way to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uganda. New Zealand?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Canada and the Netherlands for a great document. Our stand is that we would support option 2. We believe that -18 is, while it may be important for quality purposes, that is a commercial parameter rather than a food safety parameter. We also believe that if a country has, or a competent authority has concerns about the control during transportation, storage, and even the freezing process itself, that they have the right to put in a lower temperature in their own legislation. But actually specifying that within these guidelines is not necessary. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. Paraguay?
Thank you, Chair. Paraguay supports option number 1. However, we do feel that it is appropriate and it would behoove us to clarify the temperature tolerances which are allowable so that in the document we also bring on board that kind of information. Thank you. So the temperature tolerances. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. So I just want to remind you all that we're also seeking your general views on the document's progress and direction, and we'll seek specific comments on specific points later. So India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the EWG Chair Canada and Co-Chair Netherlands for the work done on this document. India also supports option 1 as it specifies a clear temperature limit which already aligns with other Codex texts also. Thank you.
Thank you, India. So we've heard some views on the frozen product definition. I would like to move to the next key point for discussion. Are there any comments on the harmonization of the terminology describing water in the document? So as a reminder, we're still seeking your general views on the document and the progress and direction. So Morocco, you had your flag up. Do you still want the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Morocco also wishes to support option 1 on the previous item for the simple reason that it's a definition that is very clear, measurable. It gives clear guidance to the user of these guidelines. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Morocco. New Zealand?
Thank you, Chair. Look, just to reiterate, we like the direction that the document is going, and again, we congratulate China and Canada and the Netherlands. We understand why they haven't presented it for consideration for going to steps 5.8 at this meeting, and the discussions around the freezing temperatures and around water need to be clarified and finalised before they're ready to move on. So we support it staying at 2.3, and would like to get into the discussion of the individual points shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand, for your general comments. Are there any other general comments? Kenya?
Thank you, Chair. I think we first of all appreciate Canada for the good work and the presentation of the progress so far, but it seems that the document has a lot of outstanding issues, which are important issues that need to be discussed. When you talk of temperatures, talk of harmonization of some definitions, there are key areas that need to be discussed, and we support the recommendation from the EWG Chair to return the document to 2.3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Ghana?
Yeah, Ghana would also want to say that we recognize that the document should progress. As it is going, it's okay. We're also looking forward to a more detailed discussions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. So thank you all for your general views. We can move on to the specific points. So we have heard some views on the frozen product definition. Are there other views on the frozen product definition? Seeing no flags, I will briefly capture what I've heard from the discussion on the temperatures. We've heard 3 options come out of this discussion. Option 1 as presented, option 2 as presented, and a potential third option, which is using option 1's text, but without indicating a specific temperature. This will inform the EWG's discussions. So with that, I'll move to the next key point for discussion. Are there any comments on the harmonization of the technology describing water in the document? The floor is open. So seeing no flags raised, we will take it that everyone supports the recommendations of the EWG chair. Thank you. So regarding the EWG chair's recommendation to remove the sentence on FBOs implementing policies such that employees are not financially adversely affected by staying home, are there any objections to the EWG chair's recommendation? New Zealand?
Thank you, Chair. I thought we were the ones that asked for that to be included, and I'll just explain why. We have very clear policies and requirements for employees that are ill or who have ill members at home to stay at home for 48 hours. But many low-paid workers in restaurants and cafes who are on wages do come to work because they don't get paid if they don't come to work, and that may happen in many other circumstances as well. So we found that that was a disincentive for them to stay home and to achieve the health benefits that we required by having this guidance. That's why we asked that it be included, and we have it in our own recommendations and our own guidance for service industry. But we're happy to consider the views of the members here. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Ghana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ghana believes that the indication of the example, 48 hours, is a bit problematic. Although it's just there as an example, it makes it too restrictive. And so Ghana suggests that we should delete it, the example 48 hours. We know that persons that are staying at home has a lot of economic or financial implications on the individual and then on the business as well. But it is valid because, as it was mentioned, different enteric infections have different time frame. And therefore, indicating 48 hours makes it too restrictive for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. I have noted your comment. I will come to paragraph 74 shortly, but I'm still on FBOs. Thank you. Thailand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our comment is in addendum 1. We feel that in paragraph 46, to remove the financially adversely affected by staying home. We support the deletion. So we think that this requirement has never been mentioned in any related codex, CCFH Code of Hygienic Practices text before. Also, the labor income and wage related issue is regulated differently by different competent authorities in various countries. So it might not be practical for implementation by the Code of Hygienic Practice such as this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. Gambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Gambia on paragraph 46 support the recommendation by the committee. We believe that this may be a bit out of the technical scope of this document. As such, we support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda is also of the view concerning paragraph 46, supports the recommendation to remove this sentence as it's outside the scope of this technical document, and also that provision can well be managed by different labor laws of the different countries. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. We're in favor of eliminating this sentence because the works of CCFH deal with everything that's food safety, that's fair practice in the food trade, but financial matters and labor law are outside the scope of the work of CCFH. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Morocco. Nigeria? So you need to push the button so I can see you on the queue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Nigeria would also like to support the fact that the statement should be removed because it can actually be covered by some other scope in some other works that can be done in this direction, because this does not really sound technical as should have been covered by the job of the EWG. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. So I'm hearing a general support for removing the sentence as proposed by the EWG chair. We will also note New Zealand's rationale for its inclusion in the CCFH report. So we will move next to paragraph 74. Regarding paragraph 74 on persons who have had gastroenteritis returning to work, are there any views on the recommendations to keep the example 48 hours? So noting that we already heard from Ghana, the proposal to remove the 48 hours, the floor is open. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. We support maintaining the 48 hours in there. It's not a must, it is a should, and it is a guideline, and I believe it may be also a recommendation from, or a guideline from WHO. I'm not sure if Ikio can confirm that. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. So I'll propose we keep the recommendation from the chair and then move on to the Annex 3 on the control of hepatitis E in pork and wild game meat. Are there any comments on the recommendation to delete paragraph 34? New Zealand?
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand's view is that this should be deleted. It's inconsistent with other pathogens and other foods. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. Thank you for your input, delegates. I have noted these comments, which will help the EWG continue to work on these guidelines. We will follow the recommendation of the EWG chair to reestablish the EWG and to further elaborate these guidelines, taking into account the discussions at CCFH55. So okay. Is Canada willing to continue chairing this work group?
Okay, thank you. I was just waiting for the red color. Yes, Canada will be pleased to continue to the work on these guidelines and bring it to a conclusion next year. Let's be positive.
Thank you, Canada. Is the Netherlands willing to continue co-chairing this work?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Netherlands is happy to continue as co-chair.
Thank you, the Netherlands. So with that, I propose the following as a potential conclusion. CCFH55 agreed to return the proposed draft guidelines to step 2/3 for redrafting, taking into account the comments received and the upcoming GEMRA report on viruses in food. So is the committee in agreement for GEMRA to continue to develop the risk assessment tool? The floor is open. So I see some nodding. I'll take that as agreement. So continuing with the potential conclusion, encourage GEMRA to continue to develop the risk assessment tool in a manner that would support implementation of the revised guidelines, agreed to establish an EWG chaired by Canada and co-chaired by the Netherlands, working in English to continue with the revision of the guidelines based on the written comments submitted and the discussions in plenary for further consideration by CCFH56, and prepare a report and a revised text to be submitted to the Codex Secretariat 3 months before CCFH56 for circulation for comments at step 3. Does the committee agree with these proposed conclusions? Uganda?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda would agrees with the proposal of the chair for this work to be taken back to step 2, 3, given potential amendments that have to be done. And if you allow, Madam Chairperson, without derailing your conclusion on this matter, we also wanted to point out to the EWG concerning the definition on ready-to-eat food. Under that same guideline, we note that there is inconsistency in the definition of ready-to-eat food as contained in this guideline, and also when you look at what is already presented in the regional guideline for the design and control measures for street-vended food for Africa, and the regional code of hygienic practice for street-vended food in Asia. We feel this the wording is not consistent, and also in this particular guideline, there is specific reference for ready-to-eat food as far as removing the viruses. So we think this definition should be harmonized so that all the Codex texts have a similar definition of ready-to-eat food. So probably this is something the EWG can consider. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Uganda. Noted. WHO?
Sorry, it's related to the comments from New Zealand about the exclusion period of 48 hours. So we couldn't find the WHO guideline that explained that. So, but in any case, general part 2 meeting report will capture it. So please wait. Thank you.
So thank you, WHO. And I'd like to go back to Uganda. Thank you again for your comments. We note your comments on the ready-to-eat foods inconsistency. And I note that we'll also have a discussion about this under the Listeria discussion. That is agenda item number 9. So please bring your thoughts to that agenda item as well. So we will move forward with agreeing to the conclusions. And dear delegates, we will close the session for today. Please return to this room in 30 minutes for the PWG on new work and the forward work plan. Thank you so much for your time and cooperation today.